players are Zhang, David, Lin, Ivy, Liao, Edison, Wang. For NYU, we have Jeremy, Hazen, Chen, Ding, Mudit, Dani, and Kelvin, Chen. And our umpire for table 2 is Steve Lee. Steve Lee. Okay, shake hands and start play.
Okay, black, red, who want to choose? Black or red? Silver fish to side. Black. You say black, right? Silver to side. Sir. Side. Gentlemen, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Well, good morning, everybody out there on our live stream. I'd like to thank you for joining us here at the 2023 College National Championships presented by DHS, NCTTA, Major League Table Tennis, Pong Space, and the Visitors and Convention Bureau here of Round Rock. And they call it the sports capital of Texas. And with this venue that we've presented for these athletes, I can't really disagree too much. It's been a beautiful experience here. I'd like to welcome everybody to Matt Harrington hanging out with us here for the afternoon.
Morning. For the afternoon, yeah.
Yeah.
I will be. I'm going to be here all day.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere. You shouldn't either, because you're going to have a ton of good matches. Like right now, we've got NYU versus UBC. So it's interesting, kind of the lineups and kind of the matches. Could you kind of go a little bit through that with us?
Yeah, they usually lock the order in first. You basically have 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3, 4 versus 4, and then if it's a tie break, it goes to the doubles. So there's a lot of strategy that goes into setting the order. You have to you don't set the order before the match like you would in even like a World Team Championships. You set the order before the tournament, so there's a lot of thinking going into it, and we'll see how that works out for both teams here.
So Luck's going to have some luck because Jeremy is playing really close to his potential right at this event. He's nice and relaxed, and I think that comes after already winning one event.
I would say Jeremy's probably pretty familiar with these guys too. Obviously, UBC being a Canadian team, players like Edison and Ivy Liao for sure, Jeremy's pretty familiar with. So,
yeah, for those who don't know, Jeremy is the current Canadian national champion. So, got some firepower from this left-handed.
Yeah, he's
attacker.
Taking some big swings.
He's very controlled. He plays hard when he wants to. It's a good strategy if you're trying to conserve energy, because it's a long day. They have a lot of matches to play, because he still has men's singles also. But the placement right there, didn't attack super hard, but exactly where he wanted to. Good idea, just a little late on the contact.
I mean, with Jeremy, you have to take a lot more risk. And getting into like same pace rallies, you can see already he's just
too stable.
Not really too phased. He's just kind of returning the ball. I mean, he covers the table really well. He stays right up on the table, and energy conservation for him. They're expecting to make the final. They're defending champions. And if he can get away with just standing there and blocking the ball around, I'm sure he will. That kind of suits his playing style. So I wouldn't expect to see too much strain from Jeremy unless Black can put him under a lot more pressure.
It's kind of nerve-wracking knowing that you're playing against one of your national champion.
That kind of play he needs to make more of those. So a little bit more pressure and better placement.
That was a good job putting the ball right on the body. He couldn't quite get it turned where he wanted it to go.
I mean, the advantage that Lack has is that Jeremy was playing all day yesterday. Right
Correct.
from the first match all the way through to the last match. Won the men's doubles championship with Mudit Dani here on this court 12 hours ago. So
Seems like
just yesterday. Yeah, really?
seems like 8 hours ago.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm sure he's a little fatigued and probably doesn't want to exert himself too much if he doesn't have to in this morning round. Good placement to the elbow there.
Yeah, it's like both are playing pretty safe. You know, there's not a lot of overplaying going on. They're both kind of waiting to see what the other does. But like you said, that's probably a lot from familiarity.
So 11-6 the first game for Jeremy Hazen. And this team quarterfinal between NYU and UBC. NYU, the number 3 seeds for this tournament, but also the defending champions. UBC, the number 11 seeds. Upset UPenn in the round of 16. UPenn with a 6 seed, so.
Put in some good work yesterday.
Yeah.
Balanced attack.
So a steady start for Jeremy Hazen. Lots of control. Lots of placement. I mean, he really looked comfortable just letting Lack attack first and just using his power and slowing the ball down.
Yeah,
moving him around a lot.
Yeah, he just kind of picked and chose when he would go hard. So I was just checking to see. So Jeremy's a sophomore, and Edison is also a sophomore. So likely they played a lot as they were developing players. So that's like you were saying about familiarity. They both kind of are seeing where each other's at, you know, as far as warmed up and ready to play.
Much better play there from Lack.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely, definitely, he's got to take more risks. I think he overswung. He overswung on a couple of opportunities in the first game. So maybe he has to temper it back a little bit, but he's still got to take those shots. He's got to be very assertive. That's a much better shot from him. And you can see, you know, from Jeremy's body language, he doesn't really want to chase down a lot of balls. He doesn't want to move around. You can tell that he's trying to conserve some energy and try and be efficient. So that kind of presents a window of opportunity for Lack. If he makes big attacking shots.
Just a little net luck there. Helps out a lot.
Fatigue.
Yeah, because he couldn't move. He was set. He was okay with the set position, but as soon as he had to move randomly, it was more difficult. So Locke is a first-year student from China. So he didn't grow up in the Canadian program.
Yeah. So maybe Jeremy doesn't know him then.
Yeah. I think he'd be better off not trying to punch that ball. It's spinny. He has to respin that.
Yeah, he backs up quite a lot too on that ball. I mean, Jeremy's not going to back off the table. He's going to stay up close, so. Great placement.
You've done that before. Little fade.
Yeah, once or twice.
Yeah. That's the beauty there. He has such good control. He can show you that he's going to go across the court, and then right at the end is just temper it out wide.
Great down the line placement. Lots of subtleties in the wrist in table tennis.
Yeah, he has enough time to make really good decisions. So that pressure you're talking about, that's one of the things that changes it.
Jeremy hits the top edge on that one.
Yeah, it was interesting. He chose to spin that instead of just flat hit it at Jeremy. And it actually gave him more trouble because the ball kicked up on him even farther away.
Nice forehand over the table from Zhang. He plays some nice first shots, but so far his follow-ups have been a little bit lacking. I think he can play a good opening and get himself in good position, but lots of unforced errors on the next attacking shot.
Yeah, that's the pressure that Jeremy can put you under because he doesn't have to make big dynamic shots. And it lets him stay very balanced in where his positioning is. There, nice timing change. Took that one a lot earlier than he had been. And gets himself 4 game points. That's so hard. That is so hard to do. The timing has to be perfect. And that ball spinning and dropping that low.
So 11-6, also the second game. 2-0 lead for Jeremy Hazen.
Jeremy wants to get finished as quick as possible so he can go help his teammate who's in a battle on court 2.
Yeah, this could be a very interesting team match. There are some very tough matchups, and they're both pretty well balanced teams. So in the third match, even you have Mudit, Dani, and Ivy Liao, and then in the fourth, Calvin Chan and Edison Wang. So these singles matchups, anything could happen, really.
Well, if it does end up to the doubles, it's going to be interesting because
you'd think Jeremy and Mudit would probably have the upper hand.
Yeah. Tactically,
you never
pretty
know.
fresh.
You never know.
Be interesting to see if Jeremy stays with his steady and safe approach, or if he opens up the throttle a little bit. He doesn't
I feel like
to.
he's going to stay the same. I can't see him expending more energy than he needs to, and it's working.
Yeah,
it's working well for him. He really doesn't look too strained.
That's always a good thing, to be able to stay that relaxed.
Yeah, and his demeanor is very relaxed as well. Usually you can tell, like, if he's we saw it a little bit in the doubles final yesterday after he got faulted for
he gets
for
a little
blocking
frantic
with his arm. He gets a little flustered, and it takes him a while to settle back down. But here he's looking very calm, and very great shot down the line there.
Again, showing a closed angle and then opening it up. Wow.
Kind of like clockwork. I think the problem for Lack is that he is kind of caught in the trap of playing Jeremy's game. I think Jeremy's very much dictating how these points are going 90% of the time.
Yeah, I don't think that was the kind of point he wanted to play, so just slap that. It's been interesting to see what happened when that hit, because the body position from Locke was not quite ready for a big spinny high ball. He had his hand down pretty low.
I think that's also the thing. He's playing a lot of like almost long loose balls, and he's preparing himself as if Jeremy's going to hit like a big forehand to him, and he hasn't throughout the whole match. But he's still preparing as if he's going to.
Yeah, is he, what's that, doing the unexpected thing? You know, you prepare for one thing, and then the guy comes out and plays his B game instead of his A game. And you're not prepared for the B game because you've never seen it. He may have watched him play doubles yesterday and is like, oh, this guy just rips and attacks Jeremy instead of an attacking looping. And now he's playing this control game. And it kind of unsettles your whole thought process.
That's a better play from Lack. Staying forward. Playing a little bit more through the contact. Yeah, he's backing off. I mean, Jeremy's played soft on the majority of points, especially when Lack's attacked first. Yeah. And he just keeps backing up for that second ball. So this ties into this issue of making a nice opening ball, but really struggling to follow up.
Yeah.
And, you know, you can't really, it's pretty difficult to get past Jeremy in one shot.
Unless he doesn't like the ball.
Yeah. Yeah, and Jeremy's literally not really moving his feet at all. He's just going through the motions.
And just blocks it.
Nice little kick serve there. And 4 game points. 4 match points. Goes for the inside out.
It was wide open.
He's definitely there. A couple of big shots there from him. Maybe he wants to finish in style.
Jeremy, he's like, oh, it's 10-8. Take a towel break. Nah, I don't need one.
He's standing there. He wants to get this match out of the way.
Yeah, he wants to get over on that sideline, help his teammate. Very interesting little. It's not a chop block. It's kind of a little side spin block.
So 3 games to 0. Jeremy Hazen giving the first point here to NYU, the defending champions of the Coed team event.
I think it may be a little more difficult going forward for them this year. Last year, I think the 1 through 3 were really pretty solid across.
Yeah, last year they had Wang Xiao. And then there was another player who, I think he was from the same city as Mudit Dani, and he had a really clutch match. The match, oh no, actually that's a lie. He was on the other team. Never mind.
Yeah, yeah.
I remember them playing each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they had Wang Junxiao.
Yeah, it's really critical when you get into these late stages that your lineup's really top 3 guys solid. You can't, if you have 2 solid guys, it's going to be hard.
It's tough to get, honestly, to get through the round of 16 with two strong players and 2 weaker is tough. But to get through the quarterfinals, it's pretty rough. I mean, you have to basically,
Everything has to go perfect.
you have to win 1 and 2, and then you have to win the doubles. There's no other way of making it through. But, you know, at this point, most of the teams you're playing against are good enough to stop that from happening.
So we got another interesting one coming up now with Mudit Dani and Liao. Ivy's been really helping the team get through their wins, and she's going to have a lot of, what's the word I want to use here, strategy adjustments to make when she plays Mudit, as his strategy changes and ability to do multiple things is quite outstanding. So Ivy's going to definitely have her work cut out for her. So we'll be right back as soon as we get started here on table number 1. Thank you for joining the 2023 College National Championships.
Second, just this.
So here we go. We're getting started. We're getting a little adjustment made on the net. Our umpire.
Time to put the co-ed and co-ed team event.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the, yeah, I've seen it where it's actually 2 and 2. So if you have a strong female player and she doesn't have any teammates, you want her on your team. And that's kind of the coolest thing is it allows teams that have a couple strong guys and a strong girl to actually come and compete. And, you know, she may be the only girl that is strong enough to qualify for the singles, and then she can't really carry a team through the team event.
Right, yeah.
Because some of the regions are pretty brutal as far as on the women's side go. You know, the depth 1 through 5 is really solid. You know, you get one really good player at a small school, you know, they're kind of handcuffed as to being able to compete. But she could probably find a couple guys that are pretty good, usually.
It looks like she did.
Yeah. Yeah, somehow.
This could be an interesting match. She was pretty instrumental in UBC's win over UPenn. Apparently she won her match in the round of 16 against Van Hu was in the doubles final, men's doubles final yesterday.
Yeah, he was our big mystery guy yesterday.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised to hear that result, but I wonder if Mudit knows about it. That would scare me if I was out there.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't know about it, because then he won't be thinking about it, you know, just stay focused on what he does. But it could be a style matchup thing too, you know. There's just certain styles that match well together. And, you know, being over in British Columbia, you know, I'm sure she sees a lot of people playing Penhold. So, you know, that's not a big shock to her. And she's traveled and played internationally.
Yep.
So the stage isn't going to intimidate her very much at all. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see, you know, what plans she has with her game. So I think right here, believe it or not, this is a wash, because Munda's backhand control is going to negate the speed that Ivy has on the backhand.
Yeah, it's possible. But also, if he's backed a little bit off the table, he tends to take longer strokes, which will take him a little bit more time. So if she can change the direction fast enough and get him back off the table a little bit, there are definitely some chances for her to kind of punch through. Especially once he's backed off on the forehand, he'll kind of play these fishy, slower, longer swing, hooky shots.
Yeah, but they all land.
They do. They do.
And that's discouraging when you're doing a good job of countering and attacking and they just keep coming back. So it does create people to overplay. So here we go with Ivy on the start.
Starting out with heavy spin to the forehand from Ivy Liao. I think that's definitely going to be a target area for Mudit, is trying to force her to step around and play that
spinnier opening.
Yeah, that slower opening.
Tried a little misdirection. Probably she tried to do that early, because she needs to get a feel for what she's doing with the ball. So, first warning for a service toss violation. Just a little too high to the middle.
Yeah, she kind of smiled a little bit after that, knowing that after being warned and making a conscious effort to throw the ball higher. The serve was twice the height as well. Great angle work from Liao.
Yeah, and she didn't overpower it, which was very smart and a good placement, really forcing Mudit to move over to the side. But like you said, he got back away and he took a bigger swing.
Yeah, it's a better play from Mudit. I mean, for him, he needs to get they're kind of playing a similar strategy, is get the heavy opening ball in and then play forward. Because they're both very capable of taking control of a rally.
Wow. Good recovery from her. Ivy did a great angle, and Mudit was able to get around and really make this ball jump on Ivy. You could see it accelerate right there.
There's the speed from Ivy Liao.
Yeah, first one was fast, the second one was faster. It's actually easier because it came back with quality spin.
You can see that both players, when they get that, they're not quite confident to counterattack that much. So when they're making those first spinny openings, the other player's kind of just blocking at the moment. There's a bread and butter for Mudit Dani. Reverse pendulum serve and the backhand open.
Yeah, he's a very controlled and thoughtful player. He's going to keep analyzing his strategy.
Some of the team have migrated over here to his bench.
So Ivy's just been really steady and solid and nothing flashy. Just super consistent.
Half long serve. Yeah, and she's just looking for angles. And she's really nailed some of them. You can see Mudit's almost tentative on that one. He doesn't want to attack too much.
Yeah, he's taken quite a number of balls out of the court. So you really got to stay focused.
Bad luck there for Mudit Dani.
Yeah, he produced a nice serve and then got rewarded with the net dribbler. Oh, she gives it back. Service error. That's just, you know, trying to be super precise.
Most of her serve has gone to the same kind of place, the short serve across the middle. And again, Mudit with that long ball into the elbow, forces that slower forehand opening. And then once she's off balance a little bit towards the backhand side, and he just clears the table out to the forehand corner. Very textbook.
He definitely turned his spin up on that one.
Get some breathing room with a game point here. And two heavy serves. I think he'll be pretty relieved to get that first game out of the way. It was
because he was
tense.
Yeah, he was like fishing around trying to figure some things out and get used to how she plays, because some of her balls are a lot spinnier than the others. And it's got to try to recognize whether it's the sound or contact timing or what keys are to figuring out her spin.
Yeah, I think it was a pretty steady start for Mudit. But then again, remember, he was also, same like Jeremy, here from the start of yesterday, played the last match here, won the men's doubles final, so maybe a little fatigue for him as well. Kind of from watching his first game and watching Jeremy's match, I don't think they're in a rush to kind of
Get started going.
come out all guns blazing on the first match of the day. But I think he will have to do a little more in this second game. I think that was a little bit too close
Too
for him.
safe.
Yeah.
So court 2 still in the first game. We've gone through a game in the first. That was the second. Here on court 1.
Yeah, that's kind of fatigue. It's a little sloppy.
Yeah, and she did a great job of recovering on the wide backhand. She was out of position and got around it.
And trying to.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he skipped leg day.
Maybe he didn't get enough sleep last night.
Yeah.
after the
Everybody
big
was
win.
too pumped up.
Yeah. Yeah, I think needs to find that switch and turn on a little bit more.
He's definitely kind of keeping his push a little shorter. But still, she's opening on the second one. If he pushes twice, she opens on the second one.
Done a good job with some of his backspin serve variations. And then changing it in with the topspin.
Yeah, she's really having difficulty on the read on that serve. How heavy it is or how heavy it's not.
Yeah, you can see he's not quite as sharp as you would expect. She caught him out with that long fast serve. You'd expect him to open, but came back with a long push. So there's, again, an opportunity here for the UBC players with Jeremy and Mudit. Maybe, you know, maybe if it goes to the doubles, maybe it makes things interesting.
Yeah, the fatigue
Maybe
factor.
maybe they're a little bit more worn out than we thought. I
Yeah,
would say the rate of unforced errors in this game is kind of shows that.
Yeah, usually Mudit has a little more bounce in his step.
So fault there for the ball toss.
Yeah, she'd already had one warning on that same thing.
Good topspin opening there.
Yeah, it cost her 2 points. Because again, like before, she really made sure she went clean and high, and she lost a little bit of the control on the serve. Right now it's a 3-point swing.
You can see Mudit running laps there after each point, trying to
Get himself going.
get himself in the zone.
He has a backhand like that, but it's just not the right spot with that ball. I mean, he has that backhand. He's just it's out of his the right contact zone.
Better placement on the first ball from Liao, but
Good recovery. Good spin control.
Dani's starting to find his ground with the backhand openings. So it's still 2 game points here. Mudit Dani fishes his way to a second game there. Does a great job of keeping the ball low.
Yeah, and
adding a little top spin.
Little kick here and there.
Yeah. So 2-0 for Mudit Dani. I think he's managed to get away with quite a lot.
Yeah,
I think she's really, she could put a little bit more pressure on him and it could go a long way. I think we've seen some points from him that have been a little
just soft.
Kind of, yeah. But again, for the sake of efficiency, if he can play like that and win, then
yeah,
can serve.
Man, that's the second time she's done that body turn, backhand little shove thing, because she's out of position and she recovered well.
Mudit just holding the table on his backhand. Bit rushed there from Liao.
She feels like she needs to finish the points because he's so steady at getting the ball back. It's like a secondary pressure. It isn't him offensively putting pressure on her. It's just his defensive control is so good. She feels that inner pressure of having to find and win her own points.
There's the big backhand.
I told you he had that. But it was the right spacing with the right tempo of the incoming ball. And it's got to be perfect for him to make it. And she was not ready for that. You could see it in the slow motion, her footwork. As soon as he contacted it, she was trying to backpedal.
Oh, it's close. He had to run quite far for that one.
Good for him. It was 4-2, so he got a towel break. Catches wind after chasing that ball.
Great change in placement to set that up.
Wow, that ball dove down on him pretty hard and almost got to it.
Definitely see a good effort from Liao to change the placement a lot. And this time she gets another net, but to be fair, Mudit had his chance to claim that point back. Yeah.
He's like, how would I miss it?
I think Ivy's been a little bit soft, trying to control his spin.
Yeah.
She doesn't really give anything to the ball. She's trying to take the pace off, but there's not really that much pace on it to begin with. I think she's struggled with his pace. Yeah, it's not like a comfortable.
Yeah, it's always yo-yoing back and in and out. She had a nice quick push there.
Yeah, doesn't like that slower,
Rolling
very
topspin.
awkward. Yeah, it's an awkward, and with Mudit, it has a little bit of curl on it as well. It's a very awkward, awkward ball to do something with. You just kind of freeze up and try and
hard
control
to
the ball.
get yourself to brush over the top of a ball that close to the top of the table. It's interesting how many different contact positions Mudit has on his forehand. Because there you saw one he tried to take a little bit more in the middle, but earlier it was the late one that he rolled up over the top of the table.
Perfect body placement to start that off. You can see even when he's backed her off the table, he just doesn't want to move. He opts to play that backhand on
Punch,
that high ball instead of stepping around. Great backhand counter from Ivy Liao. She's clinging to this one.
Intimidated by it.
And another unforced error on a slightly high ball from Mudit Dani. He doesn't want to play another game here. I mean, he knows that
Why would you?
Yeah, he knows that these next 3 points needs to get them out of the way. But Ivy Liao's made a pretty good case here to try and keep this match running. She gets good table depth on that backhand opening.
Yeah, rushed Mudit just a little bit more. Ivy's not going anywhere. She keeps crawling back in, making it 9-9. Fortunately for Ivy, it's Mudit's serve, and he's had some tricks in the bag.
Just very steady on attack. Sets the pace and maintains it. Sets herself up with a game point here.
Interesting. He went totally inside out on that ball.
I think what she did a really great job of with those last 2 points is cutting those balls short.
Yeah.
With the serve returns, very good control.
Yeah,
he
they
was
weren't
waiting.
loose.
He was waiting to open up off them. He was waiting for a loose return.
Again, almost another net dribbler. So he changed the timing. He stepped up and took the ball quicker off the bounce.
Sure,
And
that point didn't finish the way that Ivy was hoping.
No. No, she started it the right way.
Yeah, and the first counter was
Solid.
First counter was strong, but she did back off a little bit more. So Mudit Dani will get through that match 3-0. A little close, but
Yeah,
he
a little more
did enough.
uncomfortable.
He did enough. He did what was necessary to pull off the win for NYU. And
Being up 2-1 now.
yeah, they're up 2-1. David Lin from UBC beat Chen Ding.
Yeah, he was
over
up
on their
2-0 and Chen
went
came
the
back
full dis-
in
and
the
fifth-
third.
The fifth was close as well. Yeah. So right now the fourth singles match of the tie between Calvin Chan and Edison Huang is actually happening over on table 2. So if you want to continue watching the battle between NYU and UBC, I would probably suggest going over
To table
to
two.
table 2 stream.
Yeah, we're getting a little highlight reel from the team here of the Mudit Dani Ivy Liao match. Nice and steady. It looks like she's just doing a drill.
So we'll have a little pause here on table 1 for live matches, and I guess if UBC, if Edison Huang can pull out this win and it goes to doubles,
We'll be back.
then we'll be back.
Otherwise,
Otherwise, we'll
table
be
2.
back. We'll be back for the next match.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us here at the 2023 College National Championships in Round Rock.
Runzi,
Renzi from
NYU.
NYU. Ooh, okay. It looks like you guys are up playing right now, right?
Yeah, so this is Coed's team quarterfinal, and that's our teammates.
Are you nervous?
A little bit, but I think they got it.
I agree. And, you know, I think you guys always bring a really strong team, right?
Yeah, I know. NYU, always strong.
Fair enough. Did you find that it was a difficult road to the quarterfinals?
I think they will be fine. I mean, we got like tough opponents, but I trust my teammates. They can definitely beat them.
Gotcha. Remind me, what year are you?
Oh, I'm a senior.
So this is your last year?
Yeah, this is my last year.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Hopefully we come see you as a volunteer when you come back.
Of course I will.
Gotcha. Well, best of luck on the big table.
Yeah, thank you.
color, black, red, you want to choose? Black or red? Oh, red. Red? Black. See, receive. Receive. Side. We're gonna. Black serves. Who receives? Jeremy? Okay, nice. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
All right, the decider. UBC, NYU. Jung and David Lin playing the, as of last night, reigning collegiate men's doubles champions, Jeremy Hazen, Mudit Dani from NYU. Of course, Edison Wang battling through it. A little bit of an ankle injury and just throwing everything on the line to get his team here in this 5th and deciding.
Yeah, they have a long road to go in this doubles match. Yeah, I think if Edison would have been a little healthier, I think we'd be seeing him in this spot.
I think so, because him and David played together in the men's doubles draw.
Yeah, how do they allow for that? That's an interesting question. If you get injured, how do they allow a substitution into the draw? I have to check into that. That's something I'm not aware of. Because once you post your draw, if you have enough players that have qualified on your team, can you substitute?
I don't know. Well, but he did play in the doubles, Edison. But I think with this order, your number 1 has to play the doubles. So has to play the doubles.
I got you.
As far as I remember, from a while ago when I played. So 5-0 start for. 6-0 for the men's doubles champions. They are the team to beat.
Yeah, with the strength of that doubles win, it really kind of mentally changes their number 3 seeded positioning. You know, you see them as seeded number 3, but in reality, they're probably number 2.
Definitely, if it goes to the doubles, then
they got a big up on everybody.
Yeah.
These guys have been sitting for a while because that last match took quite a bit. Actually, the 2nd and the 4th matches were well contested. But UBC's a group of fighters, and I think they'll, after this first game's out of the way, I think the second game is going to be a little more interesting as far as I think they'll play better.
I hope so.
Yeah, because everything, just nothing that Mudit and Jeremy haven't done that hasn't worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, little net opening.
And 11-1, first game, NYU. It's a tough match for UBC.
Yeah, Jeremy and Mudit are really going to be one to pump it up.
But UBC worked so hard to get to this point. I definitely would have liked to see a little more intensity from Black and David to try and...
It's not going to happen. They're going to stay outside and just keep throwing bombs as they need to.
There we go.
Got to move it.
Yeah, and we need to see David attacking more. I mean, if you've watched his singles, he was very, very explosive. Same in the doubles yesterday. He's got a very explosive forehand game.
Yeah, I think it's the same kind of thing that happened with Jeremy in that first game, or his singles match, in that everybody keeps expecting him to come at them real hard, and they're leaning back, anticipating it, and it's not getting there. He's just using his control to get them in bad positions.
Nice little setup there. You could see the players, David directing Lack to serve long. Big forehand follow-up. They need to be aggressive. And they really need to not let the NYU guys open
get any
first.
Big lead.
They need to get in. They've got to get in first.
Hey, they're better if they can keep it even. That puts the pressure on Jeremy and Mudit at the end. If they get any kind of, if they get a 3 to 4 point lead, they're going to play very comfortable and relaxed. But if they can keep it tight or get a lead, then UBC has a small chance.
So a couple of points with the serve there, both lost. Lin missing his own serve on the first one, and a pushing error in the second.
Well placed.
Yep.
That's a lot of people think you have to flip with power, and their good flip with placement and spin widens the table out so much, especially in doubles, that it makes it really difficult.
Better pressure from the UBC guys.
Jeremy was not liking the little net assist.
But it's good to see David Lin going for those shots.
Yeah, you can't not. You can't try to play passive. You're going to get behind, and
I mean, all of those opportunities were there in the first game. Just never took the shots.
Well placed. It was right on his hand. That's what they need. They need to get flowing and swinging. They got to take their swings.
That's the right energy.
Right. Yeah.
Great point there from UBC. And they'll have a lead. Wow.
Wow.
That's insane.
That's pretty dismissive. At the end of a game, too.
I mean, this is such a poetic opportunity for them to knock out the the doubles champions of the whole tournament and knock them out of the Coed teams at the same time. This could be like a fairy tale upset for them.
They're working well as a team. They're communicating well. We've seen that not happen with a lot of other teams.
Or with this one in the first game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're both kind of doing their own thing.
That is a brilliant game point.
So that's where you need to watch that again, write that down, draw a diagram, because that's how it is in the book.
Where were these guys in the first game?
I think they were intimidated.
I think they went back to the bench and
They said, wake up, here.
Subbed out.
Everybody have some coffee.
Maybe they had like a couple of puppets just here in the first round and have subbed out for the real thing. I mean, that is
totally not what we saw.
Yeah, significantly better performance. And I think David Lin was the one who really led the charge. Got out there, looked for those forehand opportunities, played some just outstanding forehands.
Yeah, and there's the finisher, that wide finisher. Because Jeremy's not moved. If you watch his feet, he takes one step, gets out of Mudit's way, and then he has to chase the ball down.
And it's like I said in the singles, there are opportunities for these UBC players to take advantage of the very visible fatigue in both of these NYU guys. Like, the movement is a little slower. They're playing a little more passive. And if you compare this to how aggressive they were in the doubles final last night, I mean, Jeremy was
all over.
Yeah. Bomb forehand flicks off every serve return, and fast counters, but they definitely look a little off the pace. And if the UBC guys can maintain this more assertive rhythm, can open up some doors here against NYU, the defending Coed team champions.
Wow.
Another great point.
This is some better points that we've seen all weekend.
How did David Lin get from outside the table all the way across to cover that angle? I mean, really great footwork. Again, he's really, those wide forehand balls,
he's happy. He's like, God,
he's getting to them. Yeah. And this time, Hazen goes down the middle of the table. And you could see David kind of being very, very wary of whether it was going to go wide. So
he had to make a choice.
Yeah, he'd kind of overcommitted to the wide ball and made the body an easy target.
Yeah, I like to play a lot better, but it's something about the matchup. Maybe it's the serve return or Mudit being able to stop the spin.
I think he just plays tight, and I think the length is the strength for him. It's short. It looks like it's going half long, and we've seen Lack like wind up into it, but it kind of slows down enough to go short.
It's a nice return of serve. One of the better ones that he's had.
we haven't really seen that much aggression at all from these NYU players so far. Just very good placement. And Zhang tries to pick up that net ball, but
Overcooked it.
sends it sailing long a little.
A little strategy going against the same strategy going back to the NYU. The UBC players very controlled, didn't take any risks. That was risky.
I feel like Lack's contact is a little bit empty. Like when he goes for these shots and they seem like they're going to be bigger third ball attacks, the contact's not as sharp.
So he's kind of misreading the timing of the spin.
Maybe. I don't know. It just seems like the ball comes off his racket a lot slower than it looks like it's going to. He gets around really fast, gets his backswing, gets his weight transfer.
But then the ball doesn't do anything.
The ball just kind of dies. This time they give them the angle. 6 game points for NYU. Showing why they're arguably the best doubles combination in the competition. So third game going to NYU gives them a 2-1 lead. Again, these two guys not really.
That was not the team we just saw in game 2.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's tough. David Lin was, for me, the MVP of game 2. But
And I wonder if
being
it's
able
the
to do that
matchup
all the
style.
time is tough. Yeah, and then they've swapped orders as well. And
It'll be interesting to see if the team that played, the UBC team that played in game 2 comes out and plays the same in game 4. Because if they do, they get into 5. If they win the 4th and it switches at 5, then it's back to the strength of at the end game, back to UBC. But I have a feeling we have yet to see NYU, both guys.
I think they
Play.
have like 3 more gears that they could potentially go into. So I don't know. They don't seem to look like they're under too much pressure. They still look fairly relaxed.
But if this game gets tight, we'll see if we see a different level of focus. So they keep crowding the NYU team into the forehand corner.
I guess the trouble for Mudit and Jeremy is if you spent the whole morning playing relatively passive, can you elevate your game and attack more when you actually need to? So when the pressure's on and they really need to start attacking more,
Can they go?
are they going to be able to lift up into the next gear? I think Mudit has answered that for me.
Really spun that ball well. On the run, too. Crossed in front of Jeremy to make that shot.
Some nice rallies coming out of this doubles match.
Yeah, some of the better rallies that we've seen for the doubles. Not only in the team event, but on the actual doubles event side. At least on court 1. We didn't see some of the fireworks on court 2 yesterday.
I did. I snuck over there for a little while. Yeah, there's visibly a lot more
Energy.
there's a lot more connection in David's attacking game.
Yeah. Again, they're staying tight in this pairing matchup. Really kind of suits them better. I think Locke is a better counter attacker, and Mudit forces him to be the initiator, and he doesn't feel comfortable with it.
Yeah, and David's putting much better pressure on Jeremy as well.
See if they can hold serve here, get it back to 6-6.
UBC is going to call a timeout.
Not bad. They're behind, but it's not too far. And if after this, you know, they'll get the chance to play in their service game. So far, it's been a tale of two teams for UBC. The team that showed up in the first and third game, and then the team that's showing up again here. You know, 2 and 4, the team has played much more aggressively, a lot less errors, unforced errors. Obviously, Jeremy and Mudit can create their own opportunities, and the UBC guys have found ways to answer some of that in games 2 and 4.
Yeah.
And it's funny because Jeremy and Mudit haven't changed anything. Here in this game, there's been some times they've picked it up a little bit, then run right away, went back into comfort mode. They'd get a lead, go to comfort mode, UBC comes back. Because UBC's, you know, fighting their way for these points. That's good. That's good stuff. You're getting those Mudit and Jeremy to have to move to make good swings. So the whole plan is to get them paired into that corner.
So 5 match points and team tie points, team tie match points for NYU here.
I think they'll take a big, deep breath after this.
I think they'll take a nap.
Yeah, I don't know how much time they'll get between,
These
but
guys look
any of it they'll use, you'll probably see them put their feet up somewhere.
that'll do it. Mudit,
Brilliant
Dani.
serves.
Yeah. Mudit, Dani, Jeremy Hazen closed it out for NYU in this deciding doubles match, and NYU will be one step closer to trying to defend its Coed team championship title. They head into the semi-final stage.
I think we were anticipating the next round to have been started while that wrapped up, but they're just now getting the warm-up and process going for our next tie, which is on the women's side. This would be number 1 seeded UCLA versus Western. So while the teams clear the benches, and we'll get reset, and we'll be back to the 2023 College National Championships from Round Rock. Big thanks to all of the staff, volunteers with the National Collegiate Table Tennis Association who makes this event happen, brings us here. DHS supplied us some obvious center court candy in the middle of the arena. And the balls that they've been using, I have yet to see one break during competition. So if you're looking for a quality ball, take a good look at the DHS ball. I'd like to thank 2 people getting on board, which would be Major League Table Tennis, Pong Space, and of course the Visitors and Convention Bureau of Round Rock, who got us in touch with this facility in the first place. So these guys here at the Round Rock Sports Center have a really unique gym setup. It's very friendly to us here with table tennis. And if you're in the area, stop by and check us out. We're here through tomorrow afternoon. So coming up will be Amy Wang and Joyce Chu.
I got one side red, the other side blue. Who wants the ball? The blue is right. She wants to serve. What side you want? What's that side? You ready? 2 minutes.
Well, the ladies of UCLA and Western are on the table. Joyce Chu for Western and Amy Wang for UCLA.
UCLA is definitely the team to beat. Amy Wang is one of the top players here this year. Not just on the women's side, but overall.
Did she play on the Coed team?
Yeah, I'd be very, very interested to see, especially as we get towards the later rounds,
How her energy is.
how some of the top men's players fare against her in the in their matches, because
She's world class.
she can be an absolute nightmare to play against. Last year, in all honesty, I don't think there's any doubt that she was domestically the top female player in the US.
And she is a freshman at UCLA.
One of her biggest strengths,
Right there.
serve receive, that backhand flick. But also, she can step across and play kind of really quick inside-out backhand to the opposite corner as well. So there are some challenges here for Joyce Chu, but of course she has the advantage of being less familiar for Amy.
Right now, Amy's definitely sending a little bit of a message. The rallies are short.
Yeah, I mean, the difficulty for female players in playing someone like Amy is that she either flicks the ball really fast, which sets her up for the next ball perfectly, or she pushes the ball really heavy, and she's just so fluent and so good at hitting over the top of the ball. So unless you get into a topspin rally and you're really on the front foot, you're going to find yourself in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, that's a full-on just kill for her, and it wasn't even that high of a ball, but her racket position was perfect. She's putting the ball anywhere she wants to. Wherever the open side is, Amy's been able to hit exactly on her spots.
Honestly, I would say she's the envy of so many table tennis players, purely because she just makes things look so easy. But Joyce Chu's had some success here, especially these last 2 points, playing a little bit more heavy backspin. So she's got to dig the ball in and really make sure she's not dealing with the stronger third ball attacks. And she's got to stay assertive, really put the pressure. You need good speed, good placement, good table depth.
Good footwork to get in good position.
Yeah, the quality level that you need to win points against Amy is pretty high. But we can see already that Joyce definitely has the skills to play the shots. It's just a matter of whether she can break through the rally. That tomahawk serve has scored her a couple of points. But it won't save her
Bad
from
decision there. Ball curled right into where she could open with the backhand. So there we have Amy Wang getting out that first game on the board, which she looked pretty at ease. Some pretty good little rallies, but not enough for Joyce. And some good tricks with the service game. But overall, it's pretty dominating Amy throughout that game.
Yeah, I mean, the level that you have to lift, Amy's pretty deep in the top 100 women's players in the world now, so you need to bring a very high standard of play that's befitting of international competition.
Yeah, it's pretty tough when you look at the roster. You see Amy, Rachel, and Joanna, and then Angie Tan.
That's a
Tell me, where's the weaker player there? It's a murderer's row, so to speak, like they used to say about the Yankees. Who do you pitch around? You can't. Here, there's no one in your way. Again, Amy just being decisive in what she wants to do. The old high risk, high reward option for Joyce. She knows she can't push around and let Amy open with the backhand whenever she wants to. She has to kind of force the action a little bit. A little drop push game is not going to get it done with Amy. It's a better option. So it's a nice opening, but she can't follow it. Joyce is just kind of feeding the strength of Amy's game, which is the open offense game.
Yeah, she's almost has to be kind of like hyper aggressive.
Super spinny, super fast, and that leads to a higher error rate.
Yeah, but I mean, if you don't take those kind of risks against
Amy, you're going to be playing off your back foot all the time.
Yeah. She's managed to win some points from playing deep into the backhand side.
Well, but she has that split second to change her mind. Amy can put it where you're not. Wow, that backhand. I'm going to have to record that and show that to some of my students. I have to send her a thank you for the textbook footage. The backhand is just so effortless and yet so powerful and spinning.
Gives herself a little more time for that backhand opening this time. She's really one of the most mysterious players, just because you never know what's going through her head. She never shows any expression or anything during a match. And you can tell that she thinks a lot. The way that she plays is very, very tactful. So her placement is always on point. She's always aiming for the corners or playing really well to the body. So there's a lot of tactical stuff going on. And you'll just see her kind of, sometimes if the ball rolls away, she'll just be standing at the table, just like she's not even there. She's just in her own thoughts.
Analyzing what just happened.
And it'd just be amazing to know what her thought process is when she's playing matches.
Well, I like the fact that she's over there with her team. And
enjoying herself.
Yeah.
Never, yeah. This is really, she's one of the first times that I've seen any kind of expression from her on the table. Or at least
it's nice to win for your team, for your school. You know, and it goes to the training. You've been putting in the work. Let's get the reward now.
So first two games, 11-5, 11-6. Joyce Chu needs to play her best table tennis here.
Yeah, there's not much you can kind of say because he's kind of throwing the kitchen sink at her from this variation on the serves to trying to make Amy take a step around balls. But she's made all of the adjustments. She's made all the shots. It's funny, this is a small motion, but it's very deceptive because one time it's super heavy underspin and the next time it's flattened out.
I think the main focus for Joyce has to be depth. It has to be placement depth. Anytime she's opened backhand or forehand, and she's opened
medium
really to that back white line, she's had much, much better success at forcing errors.
Yeah, when she opens to the just like a safe open, it's not enough pressure.
Yeah, it's too shallow on the table. And this is a perfect example. You know, if you get the bounce halfway on the table, Amy plays into it, she plays over it. But if you can drive it back a little bit towards that back line, definitely a little better chance. But I mean, you have to do that with every ball. So every ball has to go.
It's like you take the whole center section of the table and cut it away, and you're left to play
yeah,
the last
yeah,
3.5
exactly.
inches.
Yeah.
You can still see Joyce is trying to plan some stuff and get something going.
She's managed to force some errors. There's a couple of unforced errors from Amy. There's a couple of forced errors that Joyce is working, but it's not enough.
Yeah,
there has to be. It's about the points in between. Yeah.
She's so good with her service scan that Amy gets back exactly what she wants and exactly the position she expects. And then you're just waiting for her to finish it.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is a perfect example. Banana flip serve receive against 95% of the female players in this competition. That would put you in a good position to backhand flip receive the serve. But against Amy, you get a cannonball back.
Yeah, there's Joyce with a good serve deep, right on the body.
Couple of good serves there.
Yeah. Nice variation. A fast one and then just a touch ball.
So this is where she really needs to lump the pressure on to capitalize off those 2 points. I like that assertive play.
Yeah, yeah.
just missed the table, but
It was a good spot because Amy would have been chasing. Conversion rate has to be almost 100%. That's really tough. Yeah, that's one of those balls where you kind of question yourself. Should I change his position or go back? You know, it would be easier to go back, but then you're facing a second backhand instead of a middle ball. So he's just keeping that 2-point gap. As Joyce keeps fighting. Half long serve, perfectly executed.
I think she's made some good decisions in this game. Execution's been close, just not quite enough. And even off 2 nets, Amy Wang able to recover both of them and finish the point, finish the game
tough.
and the match.
I mean, Joyce played really well, but it's not enough. You know, there's a whole nother level that you have to raise yourself up to, you know, because I think Amy still had another gear.
Possibly several, yeah.
Yeah, at least one more gear that she didn't even think about. She just played like her consistent C game. So, as we get ready for our next match, we'll see who they send out to us. So Amy gets the first point on the board for UCLA. And Western's still fighting the second match. So we'll take a small break while we wait to see what happens on the next match. I'd like to thank everybody for joining into our live stream. Hope you're having a beautiful Saturday afternoon like we're having here in Texas. Round Rock's been nice, just too much food. Be back soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am joined here by a very, very special guest. Please introduce yourself.
Thomas who?
Thomas Hu from AYTTO, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you have something special to share with us today. Please explain to us who George Braithwaite is.
Yes, many of us call him the Chief. George Braithwaite is such a phenomenal individual. He was the original team member of the U.S. national team that visited China for the ping pong diplomas team in 1971. He's really a true ambassador for the sport. He leverages fame and table tennis skills to promote the sports all over the U.S. He used to coach and hit with anybody, like, no matter gender, race, like socioeconomic background. Really, really helped the sport while he's,
Yeah. That's great. That's great. Now, can you tell us a little bit about the Service Award, or the George Braithwaite Service Award?
Yes, NCTTA and AYTTO established this George Braithwaite Community Service Award in 2020, to recognize, the chief. He unfortunately passed away in 2020. We want to use this award to promote volunteerism and make sure all the rest of us follow the footsteps of the chief. And we have two awards. One is for the adults, and one is for a high school senior to recognize extraordinary volunteerism.
And I believe we're revealing the recipients of those awards today, correct?
Yes, drum roll. Yes, for the senior award, we have Sydney Christopher.
Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations to Sydney. He is the leader of the AYTTO coaching program. He does like coaching certifications and all that good stuff to prepare our coaches. But more importantly, he nurtures a lot of kids. He used to wake up like 4 in the morning to take the kids to tournaments, especially a lot of underprivileged kids who cannot afford to even play in the sanctioned tournaments, right? And then like recently he had a heart surgery. The doctor asked him to come back to work in May. He's already cranking up to prepare for the next certification.
That's good.
Yeah, and then for the high school seniors, the junior award, we have Dani Wang.
Congratulations.
Yes, Dani joined us in 2019, and he reached out to us when we started the Maryland table tennis after-school program. He's such a dedicated individual, never missed a class. He used to drive like an hour to the schools after school himself to do that, and all the kids love him. So great people.
Great job. And finally, can you tell us briefly about AYTTO?
Yes, AYTTO is a 501c3 non-for-profit organization. We dedicate to promote the sport of table tennis to the youth. We have after-school programs, in-school programs. We help New York City and the state of New York to have varsity table tennis program, work closely with the Department of Education, now expanding to other parts of the country. And together with NCTTA, thank you. And we want to grow the sport in the grassroots level to all the kids, and then also when they go to college.
All right. Well, you heard it here. And thank you again, Thomas Hu. Look forward to working with you in the future as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I am joined here by
Rachel
And Amy.
from what school?
UCLA.
UCLA also.
What's your guys' major?
Cognitive science.
I'm neuroscience.
Wow. All right, so we got some smart athletes in the house here today. Tell me, is it your first time here at Nationals?
Yeah.
Yes.
And what year are you? Remind me.
I'm a freshman.
We're both freshmen.
Both freshmen. All right. So, I gotta ask you, being here for your first time at Nationals, what do you think of the tournament?
The venue's really nice.
Yeah, the venue is really nice, and we get to see a lot of people that we haven't seen in a long time from other schools, so it's really cool.
Can I ask you, how long have you guys been playing?
I've been playing for 14 years.
That's a while.
Yeah, somewhere around that too, like more than 10 years.
Gotcha. All right. So, who do you have playing up next?
I think our first match is women's doubles.
Okay. All right. So, best of luck in the tournament, and hope to see you guys on the big table. Appreciate it.
starting momentarily. Just give it a couple more minutes. We'll be starting momentarily. Venegas as the umpire. And we have NYU with Jeremy Hazen, Chen Ding, Mudit Dani, Calvin Chan. And we have UCLA, Amy Wang, Rachel Zhang, Kai the Raven, Angie Tang. And our assistant umpire is Bill Engelbrecht. Now let's all take a look at table 2. We have our umpire, Richard Martin. We have Texas Wesleyan, Tomoyuki, Lucas Ito, Jen Dang, Santiago Montes Solarte. We have California, Nikhil Kumar, Priyan Jindal, Nathan Lee, Ashwin Sakurati, assistant umpire, Steve Lee. So go ahead and shake hands, and then we will start. We have service judges on each court, and all 4 service judges are Vlad Farkas, Jordan Duran, Doug Song, Conrad Song, and Felipe. So these are, when one team gets 3 wins, it's over. We don't play the 4th singles match unless we need to. They're going to play all their matches on each of their own tables. They play better with a lot of applause and energy, so let's give them all a round of applause to start out. Come on, let's hear some applause. Put your phones down, let's hear it. All right, thank you.
Welcome back to the 2023 College National Championships. We're here in the semifinals of the Coed team event, and we have the number 3 team NYU versus the number 2 seed UCLA. And it's really going to be interesting because the UCLA team has a really good mix of Coed on this team. With me for the rest part of the afternoon, anyway, I have Logan Zimmerman, cruising in from Florida.
It's nice to be here.
So, second time on the mic today. Were you over on table 2?
I was on table 2 earlier this morning.
He's stepping up his game, up to table 1.
Oh, man. They called me to the big leagues.
Hey. So we're going to start off with a heater right away. Amy Wang, who's been pretty dominant in her matches so far, against Jeremy Hazen, the Canadian national.
Jeremy's been playing great all week.
He has a different style, and it's going to be interesting to see how the styles clash here. Amy's been deceptively powerful because she makes it look so easy. Just effortless. These balls are just super clean. So it'll be interesting to see how Jeremy deals with the variation because, it'll be fast. Getting their 2-minute warm-up kind of settled in. Both players making sure that they're ready to go. Forehand, backhand. And we're going to be playing the complete team tie on one table. We've been splitting it between 2 tables, so now we get to get everybody all on one page. I kind of like it that way because it really kind of, it simplifies what you get to watch. and the other thing is it keeps the complete team focused on one table. And so everybody can cheer.
And I think we're going to be hearing some loud roars. The first game starting off here. And already teams cheering. So let's see if they embody or embrace the NCTTA loud and proud motto.
That's Jeremy's kind of thing. He likes to punch and counter.
Very tricky serve there, especially if Amy couldn't read it. Umpire there warning Jeremy about not hiding the ball with his arm. He has to get his arm out of the way in time for his opponent to be able to see the ball.
This is actually a bad matchup for Jeremy because Amy's backhand has been just on point. And it's a world-class level shot. It's not a national level. It's world-class. So we'll see how the pressure gets applied. And if you ever play lefties, it's critical to have a really solid backhand.
Looks like the ball just caught the edge there. Amy apologizing.
Yeah, it was a good step around too, though. She was almost a little too early. And Jeremy pointed out that the scoreboard that he can see was wrong, so got it corrected. Went on to play a nice point there off the serve.
Jeremy with a beautiful step around, hitting inside of that ball.
You notice the step around is nice and tight. Very compact, as with the forehand attack.
Jeremy definitely getting some help from his bench over there. You can hear them cheering. And Amy had the right line there.
Oh yeah, she had the wide open forehand. Amy's getting tricked on the service game. Usually it's a stronger part of her game. She regained her focus, step around forehand again into Jeremy's middle. Gets her back within 4 and serve.
And just like that, the clean flat hit on the high ball, and you see how dangerous Amy can be. So
yeah, she makes a set determination on her shots. I mean, there's no second guessing whether she's going to spin it or kill it.
And just like that, 2 in a row. And it goes to show you how tight Jeremy was actually playing early on, because we didn't see Amy able to utilize that shot. It's one of her best shots. So Jeremy had been keeping the ball down low enough to prevent her from doing it, but she's forced a few higher balls there for those putaways.
Well, I think the other part of that is the difficulty that she's having with the serve return. Because she has to return a lot of the serves with her forehand side, and she really likes to return serve with her backhand.
So being down 8-4, Amy's managed to pull back within 2.
She won 2 on her serve last time.
And very,
She fooled him that time. She still has more to go on the service side. Better check the ball for feet. Kind of got a hold of the net and climbed right up it. And
that's
just
like
jumped on the other side, straight
the
down.
second worst time you could ever hope for a net is letting your opponent get to 10. And Jeremy overplays that forehand just a hair.
I think it's part of it, the fatigue that we had saw earlier in the doubles. That, you know, in singles he didn't have to move as much with his opponent, but now he's having to move more.
What a beautiful play by Amy to get this back to 10 all.
Remember I was saying about having to have a strong backhand to play lefty? There, that was a perfect example why.
Every one of those shots were so crisp and clean. Just like next level technique. Oh, what a great reset. But Jeremy still finds it wide to her forehand.
Yeah, she moved back into the middle, expecting to get a play to the backhand, and he got her wide.
And Amy staying calm and poised, manages to tie it back up at deuce. Sets up a beautiful shot to gain the advantage, does Amy Wang.
Her execution is right on point. The timing is
so good right now.
Super clean. Overplayed that one a little bit. I think she saw the opening and tried to, it wasn't that big, she tried to squeeze that through. So, every 6 points, we're at 24s. Players can take a towel break. Jeremy took advantage of the towel break. Wide forehand challenge. It finishes with that backhand. Yeah, get back out of here.
Just caught Jeremy on the recovery and went the opposite direction. If you can catch them in motion, there's no way they can change directions. That was a beautiful timing play out by Amy. And the fight that Jeremy has in and to stay alive in that, rescuing in that shot, catching shot from the middle of his body to keep the point alive, and then finding a way with his footwork to get that forehand rip.
That was a brilliant play. That was the best point so far.
Might be the best point I've seen all day.
Quiet!
Not like that. Catches Amy slipping just for a second. So, interestingly enough, what Jeremy just did, I'm trying to remember which one of my buddies told me this recently. I thought it was brilliant. He said, I can catch you with the grunt. So if I serve and I make the service motion, I'm going to feign a hard serve that's really a dead ball, but grunt very loudly. So that way you think I really put a lot of effort into it, and you see him grunt very loudly.
Yeah.
And Amy pushes a dead ball high in the air.
Well, that and he did the little squat stretch to say, oh, my legs are tightening up. Everything's getting tight. And then
it's like
fluid.
He sent all the nonverbal and then that last verbal cue, trying to send everything her way, saying, this is going to be loaded with spin. And then she just popped it up.
Yep.
Floated right off the table.
People don't realize how many little cues people take when you're getting ready to serve, especially at the higher levels, because it's such small variation, makes such drastic changes. And Jeremy's international experience coming out to help him out.
So we're not sure how it happened, but looks like a little bit of water's made it onto the court. Maybe one of the players was trying to take a sip and the lid was
Not
fully
quite on.
closed or something.
Or one of those new bottles that you hold it while you're trying to open it, and as soon as you open it, it just explodes. Because it's so thin, you can't really hold it to it very well.
I think we're going to have a slight delay while they figure out drying the court up. We don't want any
So I don't know
players to
who
slip.
this, I think this kind of helps Jeremy a little bit. Because again, he's pacing the floor trying to get those legs stretched out. And they battled last night late into the evening and all day long. So he's feeling the fatigue in his legs. And best thing you can do is stop and stand still. So for him, just that small walking without any extra energy is like recharging his battery, so to speak.
Almost makes you wonder if the little gamesmanship tricks we're learning, like you walk to pick up the ball and kick it on accident. Is there I'm going to take a sip
spill?
at all. First time with my new lips.
Yeah, I don't know how did that happen?
But now I got a free timeout out of it.
An extended timeout. Because that was much more than a minute.
And Jeremy with his own backhand punch.
Came back into the middle. I think if he would have went to the wings, he would have gotten in trouble. Because Amy did have a racket up, ready to go. That's hard, because that's really a driven ball. And trying to spin off of a drive like that is tricky.
It's difficult. But these kids here at this championship seem to make it look so easy.
I know. I mean, you kind of look around the room and you go, oh, former U.S. national junior team, national junior team. Oh, national team. Oh, national champion.
A lot of these players have big pedigrees on the singles individual side of things.
And it's not just in the U.S. I mean, Canada, South America, China. So you come here, you're going to see some extremely talented young people. That's why I always like coming here. It like recharges my battery for wanting to play.
And Amy just missing. She had
She's
a nice.
got her opportunities, and
Yes.
just let a couple of them go sailing. I still like her odds to win this game, this match. What a deep push.
Perfect push. Hits the paint in the corner.
That's the thing, you got to stretch Jeremy's footwork. Because right now, he doesn't want to make that step. That's where he wants to stay, right in that little 3-foot window. What oh, you can still see it. I had super side under on it. It checked up when it hit the floor and it started kind of just drifting off to the side.
Nice half-long ball to open up, followed by a strong forehand attack. And
She
Amy's
knows
right
where
back
she's
in.
going right away. And it's timing off the bounce.
It's perfect. That push right dead off the bounce, you can hear it. Just beautiful, perfect timing.
That's something I haven't seen her do, is that curl loop.
Wow, that forehand. Last second, waiting, making sure that
She
Jeremy was
showed
committed
him
to
this
stay
one.
there.
She
Yes.
showed him the one to the backhand. And then just cut it wide to the forehand to get 7-all. think the net helped her there.
Yeah, especially double bouncing after it. Like, how do you keep a topspin ball that short?
But that was it was at this same point in the match, the game before, that Jeremy got that ball.
Yeah.
So it's kind of fortuitous that Amy gets the same thing happening.
And it's amazing how poised Amy's been this whole time. She's down early. Jeremy comes out hot to a lead. Both games.
Yep.
And she managed to stay composed. Hey, look, I'm going to find the right lines of play. And she claws her way back into it. And just like
anything
that.
a little high.
Beautiful.
She's just,
yeah, that ball's unattackable for us mere mortals.
and to her it's like, put some bread, some cheese, and some butter on that. It's kind of what was happening the whole way through the first game, and then Jeremy got a little bit of help, and it just was enough, and executed some service strategy in the end of the first game that really was beneficial. Now Amy, she's just said, come on, let's play.
And I mean, at the end of the first game, though, Jeremy kind of found another gear. He turned it up a notch.
She didn't let him
Not this game.
the opportunity to shift. He had to play where she wanted him to play.
Well, his coach, Yan Gao, very decorated in his own right, I'm sure has a lot of very good advice for him.
Well, he's won this national championship. So,
I believe he's also won the Kerry Cup as well.
yes, he has. But being a college national champion, being coached by a college national champion. I mean, that's the beauty of the team at NYU. I mean, you're right in the hub of a lot of activity and get some really quality practice all the time. Jeremy didn't step through that. Again, the legs are looking a little heavy.
Amy just barely missing, but you could see her intentions. You know she wanted it right down the line after her step around.
It's like one of the things that I teach a lot is hitting your points. And she's able to just right on the spots. Everywhere she wants to go, it's right on the target. Ooh. Wow. I mean, it's just so powerful. And it's all from the technique. It isn't because she's super muscular or just efficient with the body movement and hand speed.
Her kinematic sequence is just incredibly efficient.
Was that like a 6-syllable word you just used there? It is Saturday.
It's
kinesiology.
Yes, but the kinematics, the way you generate forces using your body, rotary forces, ground forces, the chain of how you distribute that energy from the ground up to the paddle. But that's what we typically would not necessarily confuse, but translate as technique to a degree, right? You teach the sequence, and you say that's proper technique.
And it's the proper transfer of energy. Oh, what a backhand block. Bailed her out for a moment, but Jeremy's too strong to get that window and not be able to take advantage. Oh, you got my good shot back? Here's a better one. It's unreal. Look at this. Pow. Pow.
Just great combinations here by Amy.
Just a little long, and
she didn't need a combination that time.
one-punch knockout.
You can see Amy's found a tactic and a timing. She's in full control right now. But if Amy could come back to deuce in the first game from down 8-4, you would imagine Jeremy could pull it off from the other way. Question is, what does Jeremy have to change in order to right?
He's got to spin the ball more, keep the ball low and spinny. As soon as that ball gets up high, she's putting too much drive into the ball without enough spin and to be effective.
The bounce. Typically, male players aren't used to getting a ball with that timing.
That quick timing. Yeah. Very urgent style of play. I mean, he just needs to turn the spin level up. And that includes the serve, too. He's been doing a lot of kind of medium serve, and she's able to lift it or cut it.
Amy trying to end the game on that shot, but instead it catches the top of the net, sails wide. Kind of feels like with Jeremy's play, like he's guessing right now. He's kind of sending like, all right, let's see how that works out. Okay, if I put it here, let's see how that works out. Like, he's not super confident in his lines of play. And you can also tell by
it's tricky because she can either pivot and hit the forehand or just kind of rotate the shoulder a little bit the other way and open up this backhand. It's really tough for a left-hander to control.
I mean, Jeremy's going to have to play perfect to
and get a few little breaks like that. That was funny, though. They were both actually, that was an even rally. And once Jeremy got a little bit of advantage, that's all he needed. She's just so fast into his backhand.
Yeah, you could tell he was just a hair delayed and kind of caught that ball out on the side of his body. And it's hard to play a backhand and do much with it from there.
But she's doing a great job of either pitting him hard on the backhand or really stretching him wide to his forehand. So he can't really get into his comfort zone loop. And, you know, when you're playing from either an inside position or an extreme outside, it's hard to control the spin on the ball, especially as pacey as these shots are from Amy. I mean, some of those balls are just straight out slaps off the bounces, and it's super hard to keep the ball stable from that much power. Jeremy could have easily lost this at that if Amy would have won that first game. But she is in the driver's seat. Jeremy's going to have to really dig deep to find a way to get back into this, down 2-1. And yes, this is the first match in this tie.
Yeah, we might be in for a long series, Roger. As we get higher up, these teams get more close in skill level, which means we're probably going to end up seeing more game fives, more drawn out series. But it's all good action and great for the stream.
Great for our sponsors.
That crossover step, so good. I mean, Amy caught him. She's been getting these great angles, and his footwork bailed him out of that one.
Yeah, he committed to it, which he hadn't been doing. It's the first time you see Amy kind of risk one and have it hit the net and sail out on her.
crisp play from both players there, but it ends up working out for Amy Wang. Score now 3-2, and Jeremy last serve. And it looked like Jeremy got the ball he wanted. Maybe he just rushed it.
I don't think it had the spin that he anticipated it having. I think she kind of rolled it up on him without really making it very heavy. But that was definitely a heavy little drop push there. You see, that's Amy likes him to roll, you know, to loop that up because she can cover that with her backhand, and she can go inside or outside off that ball. There, she was a little too fast. She's got a little bit too much above the ball. In this game, that's both of each missed a serve now.
All right, and the coach of NYU calling a timeout. He sees something he doesn't like from Jeremy.
It'd be interesting to see if they use the full time or if it's a disruptor.
Yeah.
Where they come in, use 25, 30 seconds, and then have him come back out. So it's funny, the UCLA team is self-coached. The players on the bench are coaching each other, whereas NYU actually has a full-time coach to help them through in preparation for the event, at the event, you know, during the actual matches themselves. It's critical to have that comfort level and security of knowing there's somebody there that's tactically watching and knows your game is.
Yeah, I think both of them are better than no coach. But then at some level, having a full-time coach, especially one as decorated as NYU's, is just that next level.
Amy really stretching out the court there. And it's all predicated from that backhand.
Ooh, Amy going for the Yika style backhand from the forehand side.
She likes to do it. I watched her do it earlier, but the incoming serve wasn't as difficult.
Jeremy catching a little bit of edge, wanted to make sure everybody saw it.
She was not quite ready for that to get blocked that quickly. He did a good job. Jeremy did a great job of stepping up and taking the block quick.
Jeremy looks like he's enjoying his moment under the lights right now. Smiling a little bit on the way back. Ah, that ball was just a little too shallow, and Jeremy saw it, got right on top of it, and was able to punch it.
If that ball had landed about 3 inches deeper, he wouldn't have been able to do that. No, there's the fake motion. Let's see if he gives her the fake serve again. And it would have been, because if you notice when it hit the floor, it went nowhere. I wonder if she learned anything.
She read that one. I think she learned everything she needed to know.
Yeah. Out around.
The interesting thing, though, was that Jeremy went right back to the same serve. So there's two trains of thought. I switch it up because she saw it, or she's not going to expect me to keep it the same, because who would do that? guess she expected it.
She did what she wanted to do. Just put too much heat on it.
You can tell things are heating up when we're getting into the semis. Everybody's passionate. Everybody knows they're coming to the end of the line. So they're all putting it all out there, putting their all out there. And you can hear from the other court, there's some fireworks going on over there. Very meaningful match. But we're tied up here, 2 apiece on court 1. The 5th and final game, the decider to see who can put the first points on the board.
Yeah, it's interesting how the lineup is. So it's going to be fun, that's for sure. If you want to see some high-level table tennis, you're here to right. You've got the right channel. And to make it happen, we have to thank all of the digital media guys here with the NCTTA, who are all volunteers making the quality production you see.
And Amy strikes first in game 5 and takes the lead in the overall series.
Interesting, the ball was long, but it didn't have that much spin.
I really like the line that she was going for there.
Yeah, Amy set 2 good traps and executed perfectly on the first one. And the second one just got a little bit away from her.
Oh, beautiful slow spin ball there, like half long attack from Amy.
Yeah, you got to accelerate over the top of that ball as it's on its way up. And that's so hard because you can miss it just by quarters of an inch. Kind of like what's happened with Amy there. This has been one of the other times where the ball kind of hopped up on her. And she's expecting the ball not to be so high. But man, anytime she gets that little bit of a medium high ball, ow.
Again with the slow spin, so that's 2 in a row. That looks like Jeremy's uncharacteristically had trouble with.
Yeah, it's not a ball you want to block. It's something you want to roll over top of, and he's trying to find the timing on it, and it's so tricky. It's really thin. He got the ball to the middle, and she could go right or left.
And you have to cover
backhand,
the whole
so
table.
much flexibility. Amy's in a good spot, up 5-2. If she wins that, she's going to be up 6-2. And still, this is good. You know, Amy's still good. 5-3. She has to execute here on serve.
I mean, the thing you can take away from staying aggressive and missing a shot is at least it still has some value. It forces your opponent to think like, man, she's putting pressure, she's going after it. If you start climbing up and playing not to win and blocking, they're going to be, oh,
you're done.
She's not trying to win this, I can take over.
She got a high ball. Instead of cracking it, she kind of spun it at him, and it trapped him.
She's using everything. Spin, speed, timing, angles. And right now, Jeremy looks very confused.
Right. She's anticipating when he's going to attack and is in good position to counter it.
I mean, we're watching 2 of the highest seeds in the whole tournament on the singles individual level.
That was good. That was such a heavy return.
Jeremy looks like he's struggling a little bit mentally to stay committed.
She instinctively put a racket at Fireface. Turned her back to it.
I'm actually shocked. I mean, she's got a big enough lead. She's like, okay, let's just let this one happen. But
Yeah.
usually, players like, just get a paddle on it, right? That's the motto. Just get it. No matter where they hit, it's not going to hurt if it hits me in the face.
Yeah.
Just put a paddle on
No,
it. Try
she
and
stepped
stay in.
away.
She was like, I got
No.
enough points. I don't even need to deal with this. In that backhand exchange, you do not want to play that game with Amy Wang.
Because it's quick and it's on your body.
Jeremy's going to have to figure something out, play perfect to pull this out.
He knows she's been doing that fade.
And he put the side spin on to encourage it, coax it off the table. Little bit of help there from the net.
So I decides to go for a walk.
I think it's kind of a heads-up play, right? It's
Yeah.
only 2 points in a row, but if she gets frustrated off the net, that could translate to 1 or 2 more quick points, and next thing you
Right,
know,
and she can now fully focus on what she needs to do while on serve. So it's actually a good
Yeah,
time
'cause
for
she
her to
can-
clear her mind and set her pattern.
she can win it right here. And that's the thing, like being that heads up and understanding where she's at in the match to know I have one chance to end it now while I have full control over the start of the point.
And
she
even if I don't win this point, it's not life or death. I just have to be on point after that.
But the thing that I'm sure she's aware of, right? If she doesn't win it here, it's 8-10 Jeremy serve. So that increases his odds while she still's in the driver's seat and increases his odds of tying it all up at deuce. And just like that, perfect setup.
Perfect timing.
Goes behind Jeremy, hits the winner, scores the first point for UCLA.
And it wasn't easy.
Not at all. And I mean, you called it earlier, Roger, that she had the right game to give him some fits, because Jeremy has just been playing so well, winning so many matches this whole tournament. And Amy's managed to cool him off and get their team off to a good head start.
It's kind of interesting because you got our women's national champion beating the Canadians' men's national champion. Go US. But yeah, I would say kind of different styles there. And Amy's aggression really laid the foundation for what happened right there. Because she never let off. It was the same attacking, I wouldn't say the same patterns, but she would get back to those patterns. She knew where the best strategy was for her game, and she kept guiding herself into those spots. I mean, anything in the middle, that backhand, it was one way or the other. And Jeremy's still chasing, even though he's standing. He finally got around during our highlights. So we're getting ready to come out with match number 2, Yu Chen Ding and Rachel Sung. So Joanna and Rachel are on the team together. And it's going to be interesting to see again how the guys from NYU deal with these speedy games from the UCLA girls.
See, yeah, this is tough because Rachel's been playing really well. And while Yu Chen Ding, he played good earlier, but it seemed like there were a couple holes in his games or missteps. Now was the first match of the morning, so you never know. He might have been warming up. And
Yeah, because I know some of the kids here had 9 hours of homework to do.
oh, wow.
So they're here trying to play, do some homework, play, do some homework.
Shows how committed they are to both academics and their athletic endeavors.
And if you're a business guy out there looking for talent, you should be here. Especially if you're a table tennis guy who's in a position to hire people.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, a lot of the kids in this space are very smart student athletes.
Oh, you got some of the best schools in the country here. And you got kids who are really challenging themselves to be both an academic person and a very difficult sport player, you know, because there's a lot of things in sports that are difficult, but making decisions and quarter-second timing and decision-making and strategizing all at the same time, it really heightens your mental awareness and the ability to focus at times. So if you see table tennis on somebody's resume, you should kind of pull that one to the side.
So if we see anything like we saw from Chen earlier today, he was going for rips, but he also had this really good off-angle blocking game where he would just change angles last second, take balls off the downs, and he was blocking for winners over and over and over. The thing
That's going to be a little trickier
with Rachel.
I
know, that's the thing I'm worried about.
She's kind of a blocker hitter too. And she's left-handed.
Now, Chen also had some flash earlier, some flair on some of these strokes, so plays very loose, very fluid, lots of power. But he definitely has that touch.
I think it's interesting that Rachel did forehand to forehand and then backhand to backhand up the line. Backhand to backhand up the line warm-up is more difficult because of the shorter distance.
So Chen comes out swinging early.
And Rachel changed the depth on him, pushed him off the table, then shortened the ball. If she converts those forehands, it's going to be a long day. As you can see, her backhand up the line is really a nice tool to have in your kit. So yeah, so you've seen her open up back from the backhand up the line and into the middle. I think they're both playing just a little tight, trying to figure out how much is on each ball. Ouch.
Yeah, those angles from the lefties, they're a little awkward. Take some time to get used to.
And it wasn't a bad push, but she's able to pivot on it and really make it go wide. Nice little trick there. Gave it a little bit more side spin than underspin. So when he went to open it, it sailed long off the table. Yeah, that's a dangerous tactic with young players. They're used to that kind of rolling topspins. Overpowering the ball. He's got to overpower with spin, not speed.
And Rachel finds nobody home on the forehand of Chen.
Well, she'd been going so much into the body and backhand, he kind of shifted to protect it, and then she saw that slight shift and went wide to the forehand side. Yeah, with some fast hands, Rachel almost got that quick block off the bounce. Chen did a little bit of spin variation, and Rachel didn't recognize it. Usually that's Rachel's point. Chen got away with a little bit there. I think it kicked up on her a little. She snapped up.
And Rachel just hanging in there with the slight lead, now 9-8. One more serve. She wants to make this 10-8. Because you don't want to be at 9-9 with your opponent having the serve.
No, it's that 2-point gap gives you a lot of room. Oh, you want to make them earn it. Trying to be a little too precise there. And she keeps jamming him. Her ball gets back to him so quick. He's a little too tight to the table.
Chen looks like he's played quite a few middle hands this first game. A little bit of net. And then
that was a big risk.
But it paid off.
Yeah. Luck favors the bold. Boldly stepping into somewhere he hadn't been before. He did some hard work. And she punished him.
Well, good news for Chen is he has the serve to try and tie this all back up. Oh, an interesting inside-out flip there, but Rachel didn't fall for it.
Yeah, and she didn't give him back something he could really attack that hard. And she has good control. And when it's in that spot, you have to know your limitation there and kind of just spin that ball back in. Yeah, that's too good from Rachel.
On the highlights here, Rachel just hitting the ball within a couple inches of the reach of Chen, but he's not quite quick enough to get there. Kind of highlighting her precision. But still not an easy win by any means.
No, and that was the one that hit the net and went in too. He really expected it. He thought that he missed it. Oh, that was that little flick fade.
Little fake out, yeah. I know he would have hit it right by me. I would have been reaching to the forehand. Like, where'd that ball come from? But not Rachel. She's too good.
Good
too
eye
aware.
discipline.
Yeah. And that's a underrated talent, but it's also something that's hard to do as a developing player, right? You got so much to think about. These players work so hard on their games. Everything's so automatic, so crisp, so second nature that they can free their mind up to think about other things like tactics. Oh my goodness, just crisp, crisp, crisp on all of those shots. She set that combination up wonderfully.
Yeah, he got on the flat part of his feet, and as soon as she went wide, he was done.
Oh, a little bit of a passive block there from Rachel. Got caught in the middle, got a little jammed up, and Chen takes full advantage of it.
That's the first one I've seen him actually pivot and spin that hard. The rest have been pretty him trying to just crack the ball. A little bit high. Chen able to just finish that ball. Very casual block back from a very difficult ball. She's just like, nah, I'll take that.
Look at the smile on her face. She knows. Got him.
It's interesting. I think she's setting him up for a forehand straight up the line, up his forehand line, because he keeps crawling into that corner.
Such a
And
wonderful
just
recovery
wide,
block
he keeps
there.
covering the backhand and waiting for her to go wide to the forehand.
And there it is. Down
He keeps stepping around that corner and keeps leaving that wide forehand open.
And she was waiting for it.
Yep. And spot on, too. So Yuchen's not playing bad. It's just Rachel's making all of her opportunities. Oh, much more topspin from that twisting backhand. Wasn't quite a full banana kind of flip, but it really made a lot of brush on the top for the topspin.
I don't even know what we're watching right now. That was two beautiful, beautiful shots. And the recovery, she just couldn't perfect touch.
Yeah. She finally was like, okay, it's enough of that. No more touch, drop, block, whatever that was. Can't even tell. I'm just going to try to, oh, that's not good.
I mean, they were beautiful recovery, touch, the kind of things you can't teach a player, things that they learn in the training hall, you know, when they're just goofing around and they get that feel for.
Yeah, people think that, you know, positional practice is
everything.
Yeah, and it's not. You should be able to hit your spot with any ball and with any type of spin you want.
And be able to have some level of touch, to not necessarily think, but to see and react in a way that keeps the ball in play. I call those the connecting shots, right?
Right.
You get caught off guard, you're not really in position, but you can use it to connect into your, pull your combination back together.
So Chen's picked it up a little bit.
Yeah, we're all tied up, 8-8. Rachel seeming to be in full control and slight miss.
Yeah, she's missed a few balls, and feel that before she was just spinning, now she's trying to loop drive them more, and she's driving them out of the court.
Okay, well, the saving grace she has here is that mistake was going into her serve, so she got 2 chances here.
And once again, just off the top. I mean, that was several balls in this last segment that she had opportunities, and she just kept touching the top, whether it's not giving herself enough time or the position is good enough that it's getting taken away by Chen. But that's interesting. Tied up 1-1. If the trend continues, we'll be doing commentary on Game 5, and then Game 5, and then Game 5, and then Game 5 in the doubles. And then we'll be running another.
I mean, we all love Game 5s as fans. You know, you want to see the most action possible. But I know it's exhausting for the players, and they have to play multiple times in a row, right? So it also, the better teams, not only from a talent perspective, but from a marathon stamina perspective, you know, as we get later in, that's going to matter when we get into the finals.
Yeah, doesn't matter if you go home.
Yeah.
So you got to leave it all out on the court. But the bad thing about that is
you got to do it.
How do you recover?
Single matchup. Yeah.
How are you going to recover? You know, you're going to go back to the hotel, you know, take a shower and take a nap, get some food, rehydrate, and then get back over here for your next match. Is that too much mental work? You don't know. Let's see if Rachel can continue to clean up her game a little bit, because she had plenty of opportunities. Just not quite getting it. You could hear the ball actually hit the microphone.
Yeah.
Tried to go around the net post. There's a microphone in the way.
So Rachel's coming out extremely focused and extremely hot in this first few points of Game 3.
Yeah, she's just keeping the pressure on, and that's all she needs to do at this point. Chen called a let on that first serve. Very set patterns, pulling him wide to his backhand side and then going wide to the forehand. Good serve into the body. Been kind of serving too much, kind of into the middle of the table there. Yeah, she's been doing the backhand counter with that middle ball, and it's winning her position on the table. It's funny how many times a dead serve will get dropped back off the top of the net on her side.
And that's always when you hope, like, why didn't I rev it up just a hair more so it catch the net solid and drop on their side?
Although Rachel right there, man, she made a great play off the wide angle. Yeah, that's a little too tight. Right off the top edge of the racket. Didn't anticipate the kick correctly on the serve. He does a nice job of showing the same motion and really not making the same contact. So it's got some pretty. That's so hard. Coming from a left-handed player, you see them start going forward and you're looking at your position and you think, oh, this is a backhand ball. And right before contact, they flare that wrist open. And it's going short to your forehand.
Well, Chen's got a lot of work to do. Try and salvage any hopes of winning this game.
But he's game. He's not going to just tuck his tail between his legs and go back to the corner. Say sorry, guys.
I think Chen plays pickleball hitting that volley over the net.
He really struggled with the serve return placements, giving Rachel too many balls to really kind of open up an attack on. So in this second match of this team semifinal, you see that Rachel Zhang is up 2-1, and Amy Wang had pulled off the first point for the team. So two parts of the Coed have pulled their team into a position to take the lead. Everybody had NYU as a heavy favorite, but they discounted Amy Wang a little.
I think so, especially against Jeremy. Jeremy, like I said, he's been
on
playing
fire.
Really well and just tearing people up. But Amy's a national champion. She's got all the shots, all the poise, understands the game really well, so it wasn't a surprise to us. And now Rachel Zhang here. We told you at the beginning, we had a feeling that stylistically she had an edge here against Chen. So far it's playing out that way, but
it's early.
Yes.
Impatient attack. He didn't let his feet move. Tried to force his arm to the ball. It's interesting. Sometimes she hits that ball with just a little bit of side, so it kicks even deeper into a righty's backhand. And then she takes the ball and drifts it out wide. Really stressing the footwork right to left. Chen says, let's stop this before it gets too uncomfortable. I mean, he really needs this next point to make it 3-1. Being down 4-0 in this game really puts a lot of pressure on himself. So I think he wants to kind of avoid that.
Yeah, if you're already struggling and she comes out this fast, like you have to cool her off and try to break that momentum.
I really like this picture to have on the screen right at the moment, featuring our sponsor with this beautiful center court table, DHS. Again, a side view of the DHS table here in the main court. We'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors. Again, DHS, the Major League Table Tennis. Also on board is Palm Space, the Visitors and Convention Bureau of Round Rock, who originally linked us up with the Round Rock Sports Center, which is where we're playing today. If you're in the Austin Round Rock area, stop by, check it out. Fortunately, the timeout didn't help much. He needed that point to really put some pressure on Rachel.
The momentum swing.
Snappy backhand.
It was. Ball came up just high enough, and she went for the kill.
Wow, he did a nice flip.
Looks like it's in the umpire's box.
Yep. It's crazy where those guys go. Hit the ball to another court. As you can see right off the racket edge.
I've got ping pong balls hiding everywhere. I have a room that's not fully finished, and so there's balls all over the place in that garage area.
Nice job. Rachel again just pressuring with that backhand. Open, and then right into the middle. He has to make an adjustment.
So I'm sure Chen is thinking right there like she doesn't need any extra help net. She can stop participating anytime.
Where's that been? He's been needing to make that shot
all day.
Yep. Super spinny wide to the forehand, take her out of that quick counter game. He went for it.
It was the
Just
right
a little
angle,
too fast.
Yeah, his thought process there was spot on, but he just misses a hair outside the court.
Finally got a little traction on that ball.
Yeah, and
he stayed on the ball too.
He doesn't have to play perfect just yet. He can win 2 or 3 points for every point Rachel wins to get back into this. All right, there's one.
I think when it hit the net, he was like, not again. And took a deep breath after it did go out.
Another volley shot from you, Chen. Volleys are not legal in table tennis. It was already going off the edge. If you happen to touch a ball in the air that would have landed on the playing surface, you would lose the point.
That's tough. Having a lefty just ripping into your backhand that much.
But so far, he's still on pace. If he can win the next 2 points, then it'll be 9-7 or 9-8, and he has one more. Well, now that it's 10-6, he's got to play a perfect game, or he may be punching his plane ticket back home soon.
Oh,
and
she was ready. That's amazing. She was sitting there. Okay, thank you.
Rachel said, I see what you're trying to do.
I'm going to take your plan and break it in half. So with that, surprisingly, if you looked at it on paper, you'd say, oh, well, you know, UCLA is seeded number 2, but yeah, guess what? it doesn't matter. They're up 2-0. I mean, the way that the guys from NYU were playing last night, firing on all 8 cylinders. You know, we expected Jeremy to come out here and get his point with Amy. Rachel to struggle a little bit more with Chen. And boom, there we go. UCLA on point.
Up to 2-0 lead for the series.
A lot of pressure now on Mudit. And he's playing a power player. So
Kai was playing really well in the men's doubles.
Oh, super strong.
So
and for a big guy, he's really deceptively quick to the positions. Gets his anticipation's good, and his footwork's really good. So you see him get in position, you're like,
Well, it's very interesting to see how this plays out. If we happen to have a Texas Wesleyan, you know, depending on how well they do over there against Cal versus UCLA, we would end up seeing, you know, the full spirit of the Coed teams. If somehow NYU comes back, takes this doubles, wins doubles, and Cal wins, it's going to be a full men's final in the Coed. So the women are putting on a clinic and doing well over at Texas Wesleyan. Their female player managed to pull off her win over on table 2. And over here, Amy and Rachel have just been, they started their team off with the blaze at 2-0. All right, now we're here warming up. We have Kai Zerabin versus Mudit Dani.
So I've been calling a lot of Mudit's matches because they've been playing the mixed doubles and other team qualifiers on this table. So I've got to see a lot of him, and his game's interesting because he's very much a control player, and it's interesting to see how he uses that touch to really disrupt the way people are playing.
Zendang.
Yeah, the Texas Wesleyan team that's on the other court has 2 women on their team.
Yeah, Zendang was the one that was playing today.
Yep.
It's hard for me, so many players, so many good players here. And the thing about college sports is while a lot of them will continue on to play, you know, after college and do well in singles in the teams, every few years the players are rotating in and out. You have brand new, fresh faces, fresh talent, and hundreds of players that make it even just to this stage, and thousands of players playing around the U.S.
Yeah, and if you look at the East Coast versus the West Coast, you know, the West Coast, you've got all the Bay Area activity as far as the coaching programs and academies there.
And some
then
of the Southern California players as well.
Yeah, and then you go to the East Coast and you've got the whole the AYOTTA, which is, you know, running a huge schools program, you know, where the kids are self-governing their own program with assistance of some coaches. And then you've got Lily Yip's Club, you've got Westchester, you get Sime Awadala running a inter-club league where he has kids on every team. So, you know, these guys are doing good work, and it makes it stronger for collegiate athletics. Kai gets the start on serve. A little bit of a half-long challenge serve right off the bat. So it's kind of tough. These guys really don't get a chance to warm up a lot during the team tie. So see who ends up, coming up with a little bit better touch.
It was a great double bounce serve for an ace there.
Yeah, his hand skills and service variation really rank Mudit as one of the harder guys to play. There, Kai does a nice reach around the floor to get the ball up, but there's Mudit right there to finish it. So it's interesting, you see kind of two backhand variances there. You've got Mudit who's small and compact and quick right off the bounce, and Kai's who's a lot more longer and more like dynamic. Again, nice hands coming from Mudit to get that powerful shot back. I didn't have time to recover for his next shot.
So Kai coming off with a quick start, but Mudit runs the last 5 points in a row.
Yeah, I think, it was a little bit of a feeling out process a little bit there from Mudit, and then adjusted, and then I made an adjustment to go spinnier. Mudit with a little bit of net help there. Yeah, from a small compact stroke, you don't expect it to have that much rotation. And Kai mishandled it, and off the table it went. Again, deceptively spinny ball. A small, smooth motion.
And that was a little bit more aggressive with confidence from Kai. Yeah, some pushes like that, there's a couple strokes he's been making with a bit of hesitation, and every time he hesitates, the ball's not the same quality. Mudit just makes him pay for it. And that ball went just a little bit wider than Kai was expecting, and footwork wasn't quite full enough to get around the corner, gets stuck in the middle. Catches an edge. And that was the final point of the first game of match 3.
Yeah, the timing by Mudit on the backhand openings and the forehand are just, he's taking the ball on the rise, and he's not making it super powerful. He's just making it heavy spin, and it's hard when you're used to playing a fast counter looping kind of point, to all of a sudden you see these balls that are coming at you at like mid-tempo but with lots of spin.
Just a beautiful backhand rip by Mudit over the table.
Yeah, and it wasn't that high. Just a little bit. But that's all the room he needed.
Those micro mistakes.
I think Kai's getting a little flustered with the ball quality. There, he got him to move out wide.
All right, so Kai will take those last two. Puts him back only two, just takes a couple good serve and receive combinations, or serve third ball combinations rather, to help put him back on the
I think
on the
wanted to
level.
kind of send a little bit of a message that he can play that power shot. And even if he didn't make it, it just kind of puts that seed out there that he can.
See, the hard thing too, when you're on the table, it feels like your opponent missed 3 times. It doesn't bode well for the confidence to play to your fullest. But it's level, so now he might get some energy to not squander this opportunity. Wonderful short game touch there by Kai, but after one goes a little bit long, Mudit actually
makes it even wider.
Nice opener by Kai there. So yeah, I'd like to see him swinging with a little more confidence like that. I mean, the shot's there. Sometimes it's just the commitment.
Yeah, and it's committing to the spin. It's not the power. He's got plenty of power. Just got to get the right rotation.
Unfortunate, but that was so smart by Mudit to take that inside out side spin.
Didn't want to go back over to the forehand side.
What a beautiful forehand. See that full commitment. Kai just hit those shots like he was hitting yesterday.
Yeah, that's what he was doing, and he really on point yesterday. I don't know if it was from just fully being really warmed up and ready to go or what, but man, he just, yesterday when he stepped around the corner, that ball was going in every time. If he can keep doing the flip,
yeah,
it's going to help out a lot. Ooh. I think I just saw Mudit kick himself mentally. Ball was right in the middle of the table, could go either direction. No. You know, that's a nasty amount of spin when it just skirts along the other side of the net.
Just a slight misstep there from Kai. Wonderful slow spin on the pickup, but can't convert the backhand.
Yeah, he's definitely had a number of opportunities to make that happen, and it's just a little bit.
I think maybe he's just doing too much on that forehand. He knew the shot was bad, and sometimes it's tough to be calm and collected. Like we saw the girls earlier, Amy and Rachel both, whenever they made a mistake, it was just very cool-headed,
Yeah,
just
slowed
move into
everything
place, put my paddle on it, just, you know, have great touch, rely on my touch, not necessarily, oh, I need to get in place faster so I can take a rip at it or fire back. But this game also means a lot, though, because Kai can end up sending NYU home with a win here.
Yeah, that's a position he didn't want to put his teammate in either. Because even if Mudit wins it, Angie can come out and finish the tie, or it doesn't get to the doubles. But if Calvin
can pull it off,
then it'll be interesting because it'll be righty-lefty, righty-lefty. Amy might have a slight psychological advantage. But in the doubles last night, Mudit and Jeremy were a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, but they didn't have to face Amy and Rachel. Because that's the thing, they can play a similar style, right? So they both.
It's interesting.
Yeah, that's going to be. I almost want to see it.
If it doesn't happen, maybe we can just pull the crowd.
Yeah. Doubles.
Yeah. Everybody throw in some cash. Because we'd have to take some extra time at the venue.
Yeah, we can. I think we can convince some people to
be well worth
to
it.
Pay in for that.
The entertainment value alone.
Crowdfund that doubles match. Oh, that was a wonderful rally. I thought Kai was in full control there, and Mudit shows that it just takes one fantastic shot to take back over the point.
That thing was crazy. Just curled the whole time.
So it's important that Kai doesn't get too negative here. Try to keep his wits about him. Somehow find some confidence, even if you have to lie to yourself, right? Some way to take those strokes free flowing like that every time.
Yep.
So let's hope that he found something in the moment there that he can lean on to get back into this match.
Oh, he's angry at the table or what? Something wouldn't get out of his way. He can definitely take his foul break. I think he forgets about that. You can get the umpire to come over and clean the spot on the table.
Oh, it almost came back down.
That'd be tricky. It's in the uncomfortable spot.
Right in the dead center next to the net.
Yeah. Actually, slightly more to the righty's forehand. Because even if you step around the corner, still got to reach across the table to hit it. If it's high into the middle of the backhand, it's okay. But high in the middle, slightly to the forehand. Interesting choice that Kai made there. He was set up in a good position for another backhand, but he leaned around it and kind of shoved his forehand through the ball.
Kai getting away with one there, but all points are equal on the scorecards.
Especially when you're down 2-0. Take every one you can get.
That's actually a point that kind of stinks when you think about it. You have a 12-ball rally and you win it, and then dump your next serve receive into the net.
Yeah, that kind of bites. Leaves a little sting. Oh, that's helpful. Takagi actually got to see the serve without having to play it.
Oh, and Kai, I think, made the right choice there, going with the slow spin with the ball below the table.
That was a great choice by Mudit to not power back.
Yeah. Yeah, because actually the slower pace may have been kind of what forced Kai to have to get way down and take it. Well,
super taxing on the footwork.
That
was the full one.
I love it. He's getting in there and playing with confidence and trying to fight his hardest to stay in this.
Yeah, because he could only go on the sixes. He's getting some sweat on the table. So Bill has to come out and clean that up for him.
Oh, interesting choice by Kai. Could have paid off.
Yeah, I probably would
seen it yet.
liked to have seen him do that, but flip to the middle instead of the wide, because it opened up a bigger angle.
I think Mudit says, I've seen enough of your step arounds. He was waiting for that one.
Yep.
Like, go ahead and move over there.
And he just got his hands out in front of it. It's the thing, Mudit sees the ball and you think, I can flip this. Probably a good timeout. He's made a couple rash decisions in the last couple balls. One paid off, one did not. So take a step back and have the former collegiate national champion kind of give you some words of advice. Kai can towel off and not drip onto the table, so he can stay in rhythm instead of having the umpire have to come out and clean the table, because that's more of, it doesn't really help you. That's why the players like to clean it off themselves, because it kind of keeps them in that zone near the table. When they have to walk away from the table, it's like stepping out into the cold. You know, you're in your car, you get out and it's freezing cold. You want to get back in your car. Same kind of feeling he has there. He's at the table, he's in his zone, he has to step out of it.
And wonderful aggression and commitment by Kai. Helps him save a game point here.
Yeah, and not only the power, but the placement. Very tactically aware of where he needed to put that ball.
So 2 more chances, 2 more match points need to be saved to take this to deuce. And just like that, Mudit finds the opening, takes that inside out forehand, hits it right past Kai for the win. And he scores the first point here for NYU.
So Calvin Chan's going to be up with Angie Tan next. And while they're getting that set up, I'm going to step away from the mic, take care of some business. I'll be back. Like to have you here, Logan.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me, Roger.
Be back in a few. Probably take them 5 minutes to set this up. So
we'll see you in 5.
Yep.
Okay. Black, red, 2, 1, 2, 3. Red. Black. Silver, silver, 2 side. Two side. Side. 2 minutes.
All right, welcome back to the Coed team semifinals. We're about to start the 4th singles match. We have Calvin Chen from NYU versus Angie Tan from UCLA. Calvin to serve. Wonderful shot there by Angie. Uncharacteristic mistake at this level. But early on in the first game is typically when you'll see a couple missteps. Miss serve, miss push. But as the players warm up, get adjusted to each other's styles, we will most definitely see some Great rallies to come.
Bit of a battle on our hands.
And just a beautiful, clean shot right to the corner. Catches the paint. Calvin up 4-3. A little bit of net influence on that ball that Calvin sent Angie's way. Net balls are typically a little hard to recover because they take some of the spin off and you don't really quite know what you're going to get. And Angie just with beautiful attacking, smashing those balls right past Calvin. Amazing slow spin backhand opener by Angie. So just when it looked like Calvin was getting into a rhythm, Angie comes storming back to tie it up 5-5.
I like what she's doing with the spin changes. Not letting him really get set on just even paced balls. You know, changing it from real heavy to a little bit more pacey.
Beautiful shot there by Angie.
Yeah, she set him up because she gave him kind of a little bit deader of one, so he had to lift it more, and she stepped on it.
The women on this UCLA team are all playing spectacular. They all have very threatening games. You can't have any loose issues, loose mistakes, loose shots. Like even there, he didn't really make any mistakes. She just played a perfectly crisp flick off the backhand.
Yeah, even the point before that when he ripped it at her, her hand was in position. She just wasn't quite faster than she thought. Really forced him wide, had to take that big step, couldn't control the long swing.
Thing Angie seems to have a problem with. That's like at least the third pop-up.
Yeah, she needs to come in and slide that ball. She's trying to come in and push it.
Instead do the side spin.
Yeah, she doesn't know how much spins on it. And she's guessing.
That little tip took me about 10 years to learn how to deal with a dead ball off the receive. Like, oh, put a little side spin on it. It's a lot safer. But nevertheless, even with a few misread serves, we're still at 9-9. Angie to serve. She might have a couple 1-2 combos here. Just amazing slow spin. That ball is so much harder to do on the backhand than it is the forehand.
And especially that depth. I mean, she landed it right near the end line.
That is my favorite shot with the forehand, but I cannot do it with my backhand to save my life.
Wow, and she almost recovered that.
A little unfortunate there. Would have been beautiful to see the game end with the roller, though.
Or even
around the net roller.
Even an edge on the far side.
All right, so I might have to find some slow motion replays of these backhand slow spin so I can try and figure out how she does it. Because if I could do it off both sides, oh boy, you better watch out. I might start taking college classes.
Yeah, I think I've used all my accreditation up there. Oh, she made the right choice, just a little bit wrong on the timing. Oh, very interesting. Kind of a variation shovel serve there.
And that's actually a shot that Angie's quite good at.
The flat kill off the spin
yes,
loop.
I thought that was going to be for a winner.
Well, you're going to get enough video footage here, Logan.
I'm taking notes right now.
Winning those points.
I'm just taking notes right now.
Had a nice spinny backhand open. The key really is the landing spot. It's got.
Oh yeah, it's got to be deep.
Yeah.
Every time I do that slow spin and it lands short, like about halfway. Oh, that was an amazing flat hit.
I think she
Angie
thought she had
to recover
one.
that. So the one time it doesn't land, costs her the game. I think it was the right strategy, though. He was struggling with that ball, giving her some loose returns. They were either going wide off the table, like completely long, or they were just like a lackluster response, giving her the opening to attack. Real exciting first game, though.
Well, it's a lot of pressure on both because from NYU side, you win this, you get to play the doubles. On the other hand, Angie wins this, it's done. They don't have to play that doubles match against the current national champion doubles team. So, yeah, let's avoid that if possible. But it puts a lot of pressure on Angie.
Well, it would be interesting, though, and I'm just saying, goes to doubles. Amy and Rachel beat Jeremy and Mudit.
Oh.
And then if they win to move on to the finals, the women's doubles team can say they beat the men's national doubles champs.
Yeah.
Just the storylines, right? We're just trying to dream about the storylines.
I'd have to scramble to look through the nationals results to see who Amy played doubles with. To see if it was Rachel.
No, I'm saying this doubles
Well,
pair,
no, but I'm saying that the U.S. national.
Ooh, great half-long push there. When that half-long flirts with that corner, it is so hard to get a paddle on the ball.
Yeah.
Especially if it's wide.
Because your eyeballs look immediately at that corner.
Yeah. If it's inside the corner, you can still get a paddle on it. If it's wide of the corner, that corner actually ends up in the way of your knuckles.
Oof.
And you don't want to fillet your hand on that one.
Yeah. It's interesting. She hit that right back at him.
I think the biggest factor right now, the reason why Angie's not in full control of this, is that not reading the dead balls or like the top spin.
Yeah,
the deceptive top spin serves. Going for a shovel serve there. Calvin goes for broke.
Yeah, but she's varied it. She's used all three of the different spins off the shovel serve. So for him to kind of guess on that one being the top spin one.
I think Angie was looking for that combination, and it came back with a little more under than she anticipated.
Yeah, he did a good job of brushing through it.
Wonderful play for both sides, but it ends up in favor of Calvin.
Yeah,
I wonder why Angie doesn't. We just saw it. We haven't seen it the whole time. She has the slow spin on the forehand, too. I wonder why she's not trying it from both wings. I mean, you don't want him to get adjusted to that shot.
yeah.
So you can't use it at every opportunity.
Well, she doesn't want to get into those power counter topspin looping rallies because that's not her thing.
But the thing is, she's getting some loose receives that she can smash off of the slow spin ball, or he's missing him outright. Versus some of the smashes she's taking. And we have ourselves a fun point here. Offense versus defense. This could end up being the longest rally of the championships. Oh, and he goes for the counter play to try and reestablish getting back to the table, having control, and misses it just a little bit long.
She
Wonderful
set that up.
punch, yeah.
It's just, she's got to make 4 of them. And it's not natural for her. Usually it's over by the second one. There you go.
Right back
your
to the
favorite,
well
your favorite, your favorite shot. The missing link in Logan's armor.
They say the thing that's hard about it is she's doing great to keep it deep, but if it's ever around the mid-table or earlier, they can just hit right through it.
Yep.
And then you've given them everything they need to make it a nasty smash. And see right there, again, a nice slow spin opener. He doesn't do
Pushed
much
him
with
back.
it, and then she smacked right through it. So until he gets used to it, I like this line in the short term. See?
Yeah.
So let's see
she's
if I
pushing him into one spot. Able to step on the next ball.
Now, even if she figured something out, this is the hard thing about table tennis.
What's
Your
the counter
opponent, if they're
adjustment?
crafty enough, like, oh, okay, I see you. You got 3 points there. And then they make a small adjustment, and that could be the end of your terror.
Thought it was interesting. She watched that ball spin on the table.
Trying to gather every bit of information she can about his serve. Now, Calvin did a great job on receiving the slow spin ball there and keeping it low, taking away Angie's smash.
But the net
decided it wanted to participate.
It got lonely.
These pesky nets. That was a wonderful line.
Yeah, that would be one night if I was her coach. I'd be definitely yelling and screaming on that one. That was beautifully done.
Perfectly executed.
She sets a trap again. You can't get away from this trap.
So Angie finds some tactics here that help her tie the series up with Calvin. It's a 1-1. I think
it wasn't quite as stressful for her.
I think the theme here too, and we've seen it from the 3 women on this team, Angie, when she was in trouble there, wasn't panicking. So like on that game to get her to 10, the point rather, to get her to 10, Calvin thought he had her beat, and she just got a paddle on it from the outside of the ball and said, here, have it back. You're running way over to your backhand side, so why see if you can go get this one wide to the forehand.
Yeah, she didn't hit it hard.
No, but they're
Just clean.
poised, right?
Yeah,
all
very
three
clean.
of the women on this team are calm, cool, collected. They're not panicking. Whereas the thing that I think Kai was struggling with a little bit in his match, whenever he had a loose shot, he kind of was like, oh, quick, I need to get there, and guessing, where's my opponent going to hit it?
Overswinging just that little bit. Because Mudit didn't back up. And when he did back up, the ball was low and just curly. And you couldn't do anything with it. You just could just roll it back. And he was trying to make something happen from a ball that didn't have anything in it.
Aggressive opening there by Angie, using her footwork to get into the forehand side for a backhand flip. It's not ultra common these days, but is a big part of modern table tennis.
And it requires a lot of foot speed. Because not only are you coming in and putting your balance out in front of you, you've got to now transition back to the middle, at least.
A little bit of help from the net there.
I find it interesting. She's so comfortable with that low spin trajectory. And then the backhand's exactly the opposite one. It's high and ultra spinning. Zone shovel serve, which is the dead one. It's hard to tell the dead one from the top one.
Oh, yeah. That's why I like the shovel. I've been trying to work on just to get the touch for it for us mere mortals. It took me like 2 weeks of practicing it every day. You see a little no look there from Calvin. I don't think it works at this level, but still some good showmanship.
You'll see it on the live stream later. It's pretty quick. I'm surprised she hasn't done that more often. She's been playing so many serves to the middle backhand, the wide one to the forehand side.
That was a great pickup by Angie there. You didn't quite catch it on the stream. The ball actually clipped the top of the net, and you saw her readjust for the trajectory. And
the spin energy was there, but all the momentum was gone. Wow, she turned her shoulders the whole way around to go loop wide to the corner with the backhand. He finally revved it up.
Angie has to be kicking herself a little bit for that one. Calvin gave her a ball a little bit high, and she didn't quite punish it hard enough, and allowed him to get back into the rally and ultimately win it. Oh, and the combo was there.
I think she's just a little too fast. It's hard to believe, but she's getting closed on top of it.
And just like that, Calvin has evened up this game, evened up the match.
Hey, when Amy Wang says timeout, you gotta listen to Amy.
Hey, calm down, calm down.
Yep.
Just like you alluded to earlier, maybe she was getting a little fast. when you see a player kind of almost swinging early. It's like your brain sees the combination, like, hey, it worked. And everything starts moving and rushing to the ball.
Hey, there's your slow-mo, that opening backhand.
I was talking. I missed it. Rewind it.
Yeah.
Rewind it. I can catch it on YouTube later. But yeah, it's one of those things that when he's like, you almost have too much time because you know, hey, I tried to set them up. Hey, they fell for it. And then you rush there. And it's like a panic.
Instead of taking a deep breath and relaxing.
Just waiting, let the ball develop. So maybe your combo works if you hit the ball at the top of the bounce, but you swung at it on the rise.
Yeah,
you know.
That'll definitely kill it because now your angle's too closed. When the ball's a little higher, your arm naturally opens up. So the ball's driven more forward. Yeah, it's critical, the timing points in the bounce where you want to make contact. Especially when you're hitting the harder shot, the flatter ball, because you don't have a lot of top spin to help pull the ball back down into the table.
Yeah. What a recovery from Angie. She takes a risk.
Got bump-footed.
Calvin's there, sends it back, and with the huge stretch, manages to keep the ball on the table.
And I think it threw him kind of out of balance.
I don't think he was expecting it to come back. Super clean backhands there by Angie. Full commitment.
I mean, you really got to commend her on her spacing, too. Because look how deep that racket's dropping. And how much spin she's giving her, her shoulders. Everything was right. Did it twice. Twice she pulled it off. Totally negated the advantage. Kudos right there.
You know, it's a good rally when there's nothing to say.
Mad props, man. Mad props to her.
Just misses by a hair. She's got one more chance to end this game with one more serve. But if she fails to convert, we're going to see Calvin Chen tie it up
Flip of the script.
Yep. What a wonderful backhand.
Difference maker right there.
The angles.
She'd been going so many times from that position to the backhand that he was prepared for the backhand ball, and when it went to the forehand, he couldn't make the change fast enough. Yeah, that's some great stuff right there. Lots of video footage for Logan to go through. Look at that, just back. You don't know where she's going either.
Not at all.
Because from that same position, she went wide to the backhand multiple times.
And it's funny because if I'm not mistaken, and I might be, judged on the colors of the handles, it looks like she's using one of the inner fiber ZLC blades. Might be possible. Could be wrong. Black and yellow. But that is my weapon of choice before my own custom blade. But I still like playing with the Inner Force DLC. So, who knows? And the way she plays in her equipment, I have very similar equipment. Or the same.
Oh, so you're going to change your game to play like that?
No, I'm saying I already have that equipment. So it might be part of an explanation why I like playing those slow balls as well. The only thing is I cannot smash it like this. Oh no, the side spin. So that's the one where we were talking about earlier. If
Yep.
it comes down, it's so tricky. And not only that, she stepped around, couldn't tell what the side was, and it kicked away from her. You have to have
You have to be
4-foot-long
ambidextrous.
arms to get
Yeah.
that one.
She punishes him. She's like, oh, you want
See
to
if
get
you
the
could-
comebacker? Get this
See
one
if you
back.
could do it twice. Great shots by Calvin Chen. Wonderful shot there. Sounded like it may have been a little netty.
Little netty. But still, that's the aggressiveness right there coming out, getting around that corner.
Well, then the placement, choosing to knock. Oh my goodness, the showmanship. Did his coach say, leave it all out there?
Yeah.
I mean, because if he
has
loses,
to.
he's down, right? If he
He's
loses,
done.
they go home.
Yep.
Man, he stepped up in a big way this match so far. Let's see if he can keep it up. Tried to be a little bit too cute.
Kind of a double fake.
Big fan of that inside-out forehand. I'm glad to see a lot of the players using it this year. Unlucky.
Or lucky.
Lucky. Depends on which player you're talking about.
So he's changed the tempo of his service game, and he's making it faster. So she doesn't have that opportunity to do this slow opening. By the ball being fast and deeper, she can open it, but it's going to be more of a driven loop, and he can deal with that. He can't deal with that flat hit, though. She absolutely pounced on that ball.
If I could flat hit half as good as she does, I'd go up 200 points.
That was a good spot. He just overcooked it. She didn't need to hit it that hard. Trying to keep it tight.
How many nets can we get in a row? Are we taking wagers? Oh, and he pays off this time, going for the counter loop immediately rather than fishing for a little bit and letting her smash and waiting. So we've seen a whole different Calvin Chen here.
Much more aggressive.
More loose. He's just flowing right now in the flow state. And Angie kind of goes for a gamble there with that fast, long serve to the forehand.
Well, there's two problems. One, it wasn't fast enough. And two, it landed about 5 inches far away from the end line. If it would have been closer to the end line, he would have had a harder time with it.
That was a good
He
choice, I think,
anticipated.
by Angie, but Calvin saw it, right?
He saw it coming.
It's a nice combination, but yeah, he read it. And that's the thing that's tough because you have to appreciate both the actual skill it takes to even produce the quality of the serve and the receive, but then the next level is being able to have the strategy and awareness and anticipation, and it's like there's so many factors. So you could play a wonderful point and still lose it because your opponent anticipated everything.
Like in the first two, in the first game, I mean, they both kept trapping each other, tricking each other. So once again, into the fifth to see if we go to the fifth. And that is the fifth and final point that's available in this team tie. So if Angie can pull this off, it's over. Otherwise,
we're going to doubles.
That's doubles.
Oh my goodness. I have no idea what I want to see more. There's a player after my own heart here, play with the slow spins and the smashes. It'd be wonderful to see her pull it off, but at the same time,
she's got to slow him down.
That
she
doubles.
Just has to play a different tempo. He wants to go fast. I mean, you can see over here, he's running in place, getting him pumped up, because he's not holding back.
He's stepped it up as we've gone.
Yeah.
He's gradually accelerated into this play. She's got to send a message. A few more of those might calm him down, make him second guess. You know, see if she can gain a little bit of confidence and start making him feel the pressure of the moment. Beautiful forehand there.
She kept building it too. She's like, I'm going to give you an 80, an 85, a 90, and a 95. Which one are you going to deal with? Oh, I dealt with all of them but the last one.
Fantastic short balls. And Calvin goes for the flashy point again. It doesn't land this time.
He did a good job of actually rolling back up.
You gotta wonder if these kids practice this.
That's a lot easier on this floor.
Ooh, that ball almost sounded a hair edgy. I'm surprised it didn't divert more.
Oh, the one that Angie got?
Yeah, just
yeah, she recovered off of that sideline.
Oh, going for the big backhand rip. Just can't get it to come down.
With the big backhand spin ball. You don't like it.
Not the rip, the slow spins I love though.
Yeah.
Very nice play there from Angie. So now we have to switch sides.
Yep. Which helps Angie, because now she's looking at her teammates.
This is true. Yeah, mentally, all of it can help out. Very odd missed shot there. She hasn't done that much at all today. She seemed like she's in full control of that rally.
Yeah.
Until she wasn't. Sometimes that's just how table tennis is. And it's an interesting choice from Calvin. He's the one slowing it down now.
Yeah, because he's adding some more spin, which changes the timing. It makes it harder for
Yeah,
Angie
the ball's
to
not
fire
coming
on it.
out to Angie, and she's swinging a little early because she's used to the faster tempo.
Yep.
The reaction,
not
now
giving it
she's
to
got
her.
time to think a little bit. That pesky net.
It just needs to stay where it is.
That's
Don't get
all.
involved.
It's always itching to be the star of the show. Calvin to serve. All right, so no timeouts, down by 3. How do you get your wits back about you? I mean, I almost wonder if she can play more freely, knowing that if she loses, they don't go home. Right? Calvin has more pressure.
More
that
pressure
they go
on
home.
him.
If they go to doubles, there's still a chance her teammates can pull it out. So why not? Like, hey, I'm going to swing for the fences.
Yeah.
I'm going to really apply the pressure because if I lose, we have a chance still. Versus if you clam up. Oh, wonderful.
Good decision.
So is this 1 point at a time? Interesting timeout.
Oh,
there.
that was the wrong match. I was like, didn't they use your? Oh wait, that was the other
Angie
game.
used hers.
No. I've been watching this
Oh.
this tie, and I remember going doing the timeouts on, and I was like, oh wait, he used. Oh wait, that was the other match. So yeah, it's super heat, super pressure, everything on the line right here. You know, it's Angie's getting, she's on serve, but this is a good time to make this timeout. So you might want to remember this. Write this down. At 9-6, and you're in the lead, your opponent just won the point. Take the timeout because they're going to get one serve. You can figure out a counterattack for what that serve is, and then plan your next 2 serves.
And Angie stays alive.
Quality point structure.
That ball on her backhand side on the white line, I thought it was going to catch an edge and just deflate all momentum that she has.
She was in a
But
spot.
it
If it would have hit the edge, I think she could have.
She was in the right position to recover that. Oh, with the hooking forehand. All right, Angie has to save 3 match points. Let's see if they came up with anything creative in the corner. No, she's got
a little anxiety right there.
And I mean, if Calvin wants it too much, right? He knows I only need 1 more. Sometimes kind of the fallacy, the wrong thinking that you can have here is, I'm going to rip both of these. One of them's going to land, and we're going to go to doubles. And she overdoes it just a hair. But either way, amazing match, very exciting, so closely contested, could have gone either way. Both competitors played extremely well. And now, be careful what you wish for. I feel like I wanted this, and I willed it to happen, even though I am quite partial to UCLA. It's like they're playing well, good players. Multiple people in my family have gone to UCLA, so it's nice I can give them something to talk about, something to brag about, that their college is also now performing well in table tennis, among other sports. So both my aunt and my uncle Nick and my aunt Marissa both went to UCLA, met each other there, had me
so
come
you're
out.
doing a little family promo here?
Oh yeah. So I'd always
talking
love
them in
having.
watching the live stream now.
Oh yeah, I've sent the links.
You've sent the link. The link has been sent.
So now we are moving into the doubles. Anything can happen, Roger.
Oh yeah, it's wide open at this point. But, you know, the real change came when Calvin decided to start serving more up-tempo, faster serves, getting the ball where Angie couldn't open and control the points with that backhand, especially that spinny backhand open. She kind of went away from it a little bit, trying to finish the ball a little bit too early. I think her spin control would have been a better option, and especially the one where she shows that she's going to the backhand and then she flares it out and ends up going wide to the forehand. She didn't do that one there in that last game, but opportunities weren't really there either. She was kind of always playing just like it felt like a half step behind. You know, even though the points were tied at one point, it still felt like she was chasing rather than leading. But man, she has nothing to be ashamed of.
No, she played great.
Yeah. Now it's going to be interesting. Righty lefty
versus righty lefty.
Righty lefty. Spinny spinny.
Oh man, they got smiles on their face too. They do not look like they're nervous. Like we're about to smash them.
This is going to be so much fun beating up on these guys. This is the most relaxed I've seen them at all, ever, since I've known them as little kids.
I know so many players are like, no, it's serious. So come on, get psyched out. Let's.
No, they're like,
just like,
oh, what are we doing?
They're like, we got this.
Okay, guys. So same thing, two colors. Black, red, one choose. Black. Seriously, two sides.
Getting ready to start one of the most interesting doubles matches of the day. And like all of these quarters matches that have been on court one, it's getting down to the doubles. Okay, so who practices doubles anymore? Apparently, every college team that you can find practices their doubles because they need them for their team matches. And here we go, getting set to go. Rachel Name will get the first serve. Crowds packing into the gym here at the Round Rock Sports Center. That was a difficult ball, and Amy made it look so easy. She's just kind of laughing and having a good time.
here we go, just like that. The ladies are up 2-1. UCLA pulling out with the lead to start.
This is the money match. This is the match people want to pay money to see right here.
If you could see my face after that backhand, that was a beautiful backhand, Amy. Great placement there by Mark.
And wow, that was even shorter than what he thought. He moved in to get it and it wasn't there.
Yeah. He gets the ball. He liked to attack, but sent it just a hair off the back. Amy with a beautiful backhand, but the counter by Dani. And just like that, NYU has tied it back up. Beautiful, heavy push into the backhand of Amy there.
Well, he knows he can't just go vanilla. He's going to make it different every time.
And the girls from UCLA managing to play with that signature flat hitting style to win that point. Dani's backhand opener goes just wide. I mean, this is the tall order. You have the reigning defending champions, the men's doubles champions. And they're here battling to try and take them out.
Yeah, and it's tied. It's not what you'd expect.
Wonderful flip there by Rachel, but Mark
Actually
is
fed
just,
in.
Yeah, just right there, waiting for it. Jeremy was. Amy says not today.
They're like, oh, it's a backhand. Oh, it's backhand up the line.
So quick, heads up, and such a subtle misdirection too. She didn't even look like she was going down the line off that ball. So Amy there to field the block, but doesn't quite come down.
That was dangerous.
Well, yeah, she's been taking that backhand so consistently, and he went right at it. See, right there. That could have been the last point.
I mean, it was good for her to see those shots in singles. She's not afraid of the shot.
Not at all. Small misstep by Rachel. It looked like Amy had her set up with an attackable shot there. But millimeters. This game is millimeters. Oh, wonderful blocking play by the ladies from UCLA.
They're stone cold. Just stone cold blocking machines. They're like icy, man. It was just boom, boom. No fear. Rack it up, everything.
Oh, beautiful shot by Rachel down the line. The angles they're playing with these backhands.
Just killing them.
And shockingly, like, normally the forehand play dominates everything, but their backhands have been dictating this match. There's so much control, the angles, everything that they're
Just smothered the ball.
I mean, they won off of timing.
Yeah.
And placement.
Yeah. Mudit and Jeremy have no time. If they give Amy any kind of weak ball, she's punishing them for it. And it's just clinical. Will be interesting because the rotation's going to change of the service pattern. And we'll see what happens.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how the men from NYU change their tactics, come out this next game. Do they go for more spin, more power? But when they have no time, and in doubles, arguably you have to move a little bit more because you got to get out of your teammate's way. So nice, powerful shot.
Yeah, but is he going to have enough of those?
And that's where you see kind of the benefit of having the left-hander, right-hander combo. She was there, easy to stretch out with the forehand. Just underplayed the lift on that a hair. Beautiful placement by Jeremy.
Yeah, well, Amy got trapped having to go wide.
Rachel taking a good line there. I do like the doubles team, right? They're walking to the ball together, gives them a chance. They need to say anything tactically, strategically.
Yeah, they're supporting your teammate.
Yeah. Very, very heavy underspin serve there. And then Amy chooses to try to go for the backhand flick.
Usually she reads that really well. Might be just the fact that you're cramped in that doubles corner.
So she said, I got a lot of underspin of my own here. See how you like this here, Jeremy? Wonderful forehand by Rachel. I mean, Amy loaded the serve up. Jeremy revved up the push, but Rachel, no problem lifting it over the net. And Rachel is there for the counter, but again, that net, man.
Well, you got to remember, you know, Jeremy's ball has a different amount of rotation than what Mudit's does. So it makes it a little different for her. She can't just come in there and block it normal. It's got to be a little bit more covered. Your favorite trick right there. Extra loud noise.
I think that one
extra less spin.
Might have had some extra top spin on that one. Sometimes you have to telegraph it so you can sell it later.
Again, hit 12, super tight.
I mean, NYU's come out with a good strategy, but they haven't quite run away with it yet. UCLA's hanging in there just close enough. They can come back from behind. Oh, beautiful shot by Dani. So much power, perfect placement.
Yeah, he is actually taking the opportunities to be the finisher in this one.
The counterplay. The counterplay.
No way. You can get no, not getting.
They're
anywhere near
impressed
that.
with themselves. You can see them. Look at it.
They're like, oh, that worked really.
We
well.
got both of those back. All right, a little bit of a tactics change up possibly here from NYU. Oh, the edge. So the ball catches the edge there. Point goes to NYU. And the difference in edge makes, if that ball floats out half an inch longer, the score now is actually 7-8. But instead we're looking at 9-6. And with that missed forehand from Amy, got 10-6. 1 point at a time. I would have liked to see that ball hit after Dani dove under the table.
Yeah, he was clearly out of the way because he knew where that ball was coming, but
giving his partner a chance to have a clear line at the shot.
Yep.
That was a good heads-up play, even though it wasn't necessary. But the interesting thing here now, so for those of you at home watching, if you don't understand, with the doubles format in table tennis, the service and receive pairs switch.
Yep.
So that way you're not having the same players always serving to each other every game. So every game, if I serve player A serve to player C, then the next game player B will serve to player C. So that way each set of players are seeing each other serves and receives. So what will happen is now we're going back to the original rotation that we saw in game 1.
Right.
So
and this seems to be the stronger set.
And the interesting thing is if they win this one, so let's say that
if it
the
gets
pairing
to
ends
fifth,
up mattering, they have the advantage in the 5th. But it
only
rotates
till 5.
at 5.
Only to 5.
No.
So the goal would be to get up 5-1.
Oh my goodness.
You want to be as head as far as possible on your service, strongest service pairing.
Yeah.
Because you know once you hit 5, you got to flip.
I'm sorry, this series is getting too dramatic for me, man. I can't take it. This old man's heart can't take it.
The Puerto Rican national table tennis coaches team doctor is here.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, so if you need some help.
Dani trying to be aggressive, sees an opportunity, but flips it just wide.
Yeah, and he crossed over in front of Jeremy. Which
that would have been
even
tough if
he
they
would
got
have
it
made
back.
Monday would have been a bad spot. That's one thing, Rachel and Amy do not cross over each other. You watch their spacing, they flow away from each other really well.
Yes, they do. The thing is, we still have a right-left combo on the men's side, too. Oh, beautiful shot. It's a little flex there from Jeremy Hazen.
I wouldn't flex until it's over.
This is true.
Because the way they've been playing, man, Amy and Rachel can do anything at this point. The once reliable Amy kind of let that one get away from her.
Interesting, Jeremy came in like he was going to flip that ball.
Yeah,
and then he dropped it short.
She
with
held
the
her position.
underspin.
If she knew that he was going to drop, she would have already been moving forward. So by holding that flip position, she had to hold her ground. This is a little bit of the match experience from Jeremy and Mudit You know, they've both played internationally. They've both played tons of high-pressure situations. And tactically, come up with some good changes.
Yeah, they're starting to figure out this pair from UCLA. But we all know the girls have the right firepower to get back in this.
Yeah, I think Jeremy's made a change to kind of a deader push, and it screws up the timing that Amy wants.
Oh, Jeremy there wondering what he's doing.
Hey, what am I doing?
Sometimes it's easy to get excited and just be like, oh, it's there. The flip kill's there.
But why? Why?
It's not always necessary.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Oops, sorry.
The footwork of your partner. You know, sometimes one of the basic strategies in doubles, you hit it at the person that just received. Yeah, so for that one, that forehand flip by Amy, amazing. The count is 5-8. UCLA has the serve. Wonderful flip by Rachel.
What a beautiful angle that just opened up there. That's so critical, that first angle. Whoever's getting that angle is just, that's such a big advantage. Yeah, I mean, they're still so close. Amy and Rachel just got to stay relaxed. What a work around the table.
And again, the girls have gotten their touch back for these blocks, and they are just keeping everything on the table.
And once more, it forces the timeout.
So you can tell they're feeling the pressure.
So Amy and Rachel didn't wait for the guys to come back from their timeout. They were already coming back before the NYU team came back. I think they're pretty comfortable with where they're at and what strategically they're doing. So I think they just want to continue.
Oh, and Amy knows she missed an opportunity there. That was a super important point. Getting back to all square with the serve. And let's see what they can do with it. Oh, and Dani Mudit is there. Caught Rachel stretched out. Wonderful opening shot by Amy, but the counter play is just too strong. So now they gotta go back, recoup, try to figure out the difference between the first game and the last two games. Strategy-wise, you know, what do they need to change? Oh, seems like Rachel's.
I heard about that injury yesterday.
Yes.
And I was surprised that because it was funny because the quarterfinal match, I didn't see her play.
Yeah.
And what had happened, the other girl had gotten injured.
Okay.
So they defaulted on the other match. So I didn't get to see her. I didn't see her play. So she was probably really happy that she didn't have to play that one.
Sure.
But
And she's been playing like okay. With
yeah,
her
I mean, you
shoulder
can see
lately,
every once
but-
in a while she just kind of feels it.
Yeah. So looks like they're nursing that shoulder a little bit. Rachel's shoulder's bothering her.
And that's tough, man. She has to move and swing so much that she can't really protect it, by just playing backhands. Because usually it's the full. She has to lift her hand up to hit the ball.
And depending on where the pain is, even those backhand flips, if you have to come,
Yeah,
and
but
put
she
your elbow
does
too
it
far.
from the elbow and the hand. She doesn't really do the whole shoulder. She does a body rotation, so the shoulders maybe 10%.
And that was just a monster shot by Dani there.
He can hit those, but in doubles he usually tends to think of himself as the setup guy.
Yeah, and let Jeremy take control.
Good jam. Good jam on the body. Couldn't get his feet out of the way fast enough. That was a good choice.
And yeah, UCLA also, they have their bench. I think their team realizes how important it is to keep them fired up, keep them invested.
Surprised she hasn't done that drop from the backhand side. She seems so much happier when she's playing off the backhand.
Nice line of play there by UCLA. We have this fourth game all tied up, 3-3.
Yeah, Rachel can be steady, just blocking and countering. It doesn't have to really attack. It works to their favor.
Yeah. Both of them, their blocking play has been phenomenal. Their counter play, the blocks, the rolls.
But they're just so quick. Can't get a good read. How much spins left?
The angles and misdirection, they've been doing it all. Even like chop blocking from the backhand side. Rachel had a chop block earlier.
And it was a problem with it was so much side spin on the chop.
Okay, now they're gaining some momentum.
And again, this is the bad matchup.
Oh, and the side spin push doesn't quite phase Dani. He gets a nice opening, and Rachel and Amy can't convert.
Yeah, because this always has a little bit of something else on it. It's never just a straight open.
And the net wants to help with the flip.
But
Really?
in the wrong way.
And there you go, Rachel with a wonderful block.
That's the strength of Mudit and Jeremy right there. Getting that top spin ball, they can fish and curl the ball a lot.
I mean, they had control of the rally. They were backing the NYU players off the table, but that spin that they can produce. Oh, it's a wonderful block from Rachel, but Amy gets kind of caught at the elbow.
Yeah, what do you want? I don't know. Just think. What do you want?
And the fish, the like wiggle shot from under the table.
Not quite a snake, kind of snaky. Fishy curly ball. You gotta be ready to. You gotta be ready to spin loop that ball. You can't hit it. We'll
I
see
guess
if
that wiggle was so good. The president of the NCTTA
fell
out of his chair. I was gonna say earlier, he plays the wiggles himself when he's in matches. He loves the shot that Dani played because he plays it similar. And it's okay. We got the medic over there now checking him out. Everything's great. So if you guys heard a lull over the air, we were worried for our friend that fell over in amazement at the wiggle shots at one point there.
But Amy and Rachel took the full time. And they're walking back slowly.
She's like, as slow as you can.
Yeah.
No, slower. Slower.
What are you doing? Quit running.
Let's tie our shoes.
Yeah, it wasn't wide enough.
Yeah, she gave Jeremy the angle right back at her.
Yeah,
so when Rachel has to stretch, because she did that earlier, when she has to stretch too far, that's when you see her rubbing her shoulder. Whenever there's pain, it's hard to commit. All right, so.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a lot of discipline to
we got match
block
point.
that out of your mind. She knew.
A little
She knew what was going to come.
anticlimactic, but yeah.
She knew what was going to come because
they wanted
were
her
talking
to loop.
about it.
Yeah, they wanted her to loop because her shoulder's already bothering her. Let's send her a long ball. She's a little hesitant on pulling the trigger on that one anyways. But that makes NYU your co-ed team finalists.
Yeah, that was not the easy way to go, that's for sure.
Not at all. But they have an opportunity now to defend.
Yep. That was kind of their goal, fight their way through. And I mean, on paper, it's like a paper upset. But when you're the defending champion, you kind of should get a little bit of a boost.
Yeah.
Because that was like seed 2 versus seed 2.5. Or, you know, it was so equally balanced. And the cool thing is that UCLA team, what you see right there, ain't going to be what you see next year. No. They're going to be hot next year, too, because they're going to be getting an influx of freshmen that are just going to boost them to the roof. So we're going to take a little 5-minute siesta and get some food for the battle yet to come, because here it is. Coming up in a few minutes will be the 2023 National Coed Team Championship. So go do what you need to do and get back, and we'll be here waiting. I don't know if I'm going to be on the mic. Logan's going to be in the mic, but this is Roger Dixon, Logan Zimmerman, and we're in Round Rock, Texas at the Round Rock Sports Center. And we'd like to thank everybody, DHS for the tables and the balls, and NCTTA staff and crew who volunteer a lot of time to make the production what you see. Major League Table Tennis and Pong Space for jumping on board and helping us make this the best event we can for our athletes. So if you're in the Round Rock area and you want to see the best table tennis tonight, right now, get here.